Hello everyone. We are going to continue where we left off. We have finished the first 4 races. We're about to start Miami. And the goal is straight up just to continue this little challenge of ours. See if we actually get something a bit more interesting going, so to speak. Little challenge. There we are. Check that everything is working. The stream is smooth. Seems to be the case. OBS was telling me it was okay yesterday, but it seemed to be a bit choppy for some people. So hopefully today will be a little bit better. Yeah, let's get right into it. We got everything sorted last time. I believe I did remember to put on new car part, just double checking. Let's see, warehouse, front wing. We do have the new front wings on, so we're good there. With that, I think we can head over to our next race, Miami. I'm thinking that I'm going to try and get 3 or 4 races done this stream, and like the same we did yesterday. Maybe speed things up a little bit. Let's see. Sponsors is sorted. Everything's good. Let's get our car pass fitted for practice. Get the practice out of the way. Should be pretty straightforward and simple. Magnussen does have a very damaged gearbox at this point, but it should be okay. To just use it for practice. Shouldn't be a big issue. A quick look here on the chart on what's a good car setup. Again, I just prefer to use a cheat sheet for this. Might be a bit boring for some, but I really hope this is one of the things they might randomize a little bit. Make it a little bit more important to do a somewhat proper practice and actually figure out what the strengths and weaknesses are. That would be a good potentially a good change for the next game, but I'm not banking too hard on it. Let's see here. Bill 12, no big surprise there. Red Bull looking at the front, Mercedes following up. And the setup here apparently wasn't that great for neither of our drivers. And I also just realized I once again forget that we have a reserve driver. It's a bit unfortunate. Try and do this. Let's see if we can keep our optimal here. Should actually be fairly easy to do. And this one is bad, which isn't like surprising, seeing that the AI completely flipped it on its head. Let's try this. This might be a problem, but we have one more practice to figure it out completely. How are we looking? We got Schumacher's down. Still need a little bit work on Magnussen's, but I don't think it will be too much of a problem. Let us have a quick look here. So good. See. Let's just double check and see what our starting point should look like. And that'll help us figure out exactly what we are doing wrong here, so to speak. Starting point should look like something like this. So we're a little bit out of our depths here. This one's also very wrong, so maybe kind of random, but not super random. That should be okay. See, can we get the toe close to there? And let's also do it like this. Thinking this might be a bit of gambly, but let's give it a go. I don't think we're gonna get it perfect there anyways. Well, he did a decent practice. 8th is not bad, 93%. Could have had better, but it is what it is. Let's see if we remember here to switch out our engine and everything else before quali. Would suck to run worn down pieces of gear. But this is looking good so far. Let's get into quali. See how we do.
Radio check, Kev.
Radio is good.
Wait a few seconds, let me send out Schumacher. And that should be good. Ooh, the stream actually started a bit later today due to me oversleeping and missing the Australian Grand Prix, which makes me sad. Luckily too, both our drivers got past her on the straight, so I don't think we lost too much time. Magnussen probably lost a little bit there due to Albon. That should be okay. So far, Bottas expected to be faster than us. Russell also expecting to be faster than us. We've had a crash on track. Okay, who has been the unlucky one?
There's been a crash.
Leclerc.
Like a single car. Let's see what happened there.
What kind of damage has he got from his crash here? Not really any damage, I think. That was a very, very slight tap. Probably messed up his rear wheel, but other than that, I would assume his car is fine. If he had gotten rear wing damage, we'll see it once he does his next flying lap at the end. We are looking kind of good so far. We have Ocon, Norris, Vettel. That's kind of what we expect, though. We have one new piece on the car so far, which is a front wing. So, not really the best track to slap on a new front wing. We had rear wing underfloor here due to the long straights. Would be a lot better, but unfortunately that isn't coming until the next race. Let's see. Let us get the cars reconfigured. I think we're gonna gamble here and just send them out on the same tires. Or we'll send Mick out on another set of fresh. Schumacher, sorry, not Schumacher. Magnussen should be safe, I think. He has quite a bit to go on here. Except for Leclerc, I don't think the others are going to improve massively. So we could also just straight up gamble and say that we don't think that the other teams are going to be able to push it out of top 15 here. Show potentially can go faster, Ocon potentially can go faster, but McLaren's could potentially go faster, but I think we're going to gamble here. Might have released Schumacher there a bit too late. Well, we let go of the brakes now. Let's see how this goes. Magnussen is safe. Schumacher was also safe, so once again, wasted a bit of a fresh pair of softs, unfortunately. But they are very close here, so looking good from that regard. Let's do the first run on scrubs, then we'll do the second run on fresh. And that should be more than enough to get us hopefully a decent result here.
Check again, Mick.
Speed things up a bit. I forgot to actually see check Leclerc's time, but seeing as he made it through, I would assume that he didn't really have any damage. Basically, that the only damage he suffered was from his tire. We are seeing Schumacher though as second behind Magnussen, so I would assume that he kind of got held up, which is unfortunate because that means we are going to have to use a fresh set here towards the end. We actually have a fresh set here for Magnussen, so that's not a big concern. So far, it's actually looking good in terms of him making it through as well. And that's what we like to see here. The fact that he actually has a time that's faster than Russell is straight up a bit surprising. I didn't expect that to really happen. There we are. They are releasing their cars. We, again, want to be last of the train, basically. Might have released Magnussen a bit too soon there, but it should be okay. Okay, let's let go of the brakes and see where this qualify takes us. Could be our first time into Q3 here. And it looks like Magnussen did it. Sorry, I think it's the second time into Q3 now I think about it. I can't actually remember what happened yesterday, but 7th is very, very promising here. And again, we are very close to Merck here in this case too. A little over a tenth for Russell. A little bit less for Hamilton. Again, very, very promising. So we do what we usually do. First run on scrub softs. We'll use these. And then we'll gamble with some fresh softs. Because if we manage to qualify right behind the Mercs, it would actually be pretty good for us if we can latch onto their DRS train.
Ready check, Kevin.
It would benefit us immensely. But as potentially was a little bit in the way there. Looks like we're still good though. We're very close to Russell's time. I'd say this is acceptable, honestly. Very much so. Slow time down a little bit here so we don't send our car out too late. Or too early for that matter. That should be good. Let's see here now how we end up in this qualifying. Because if we qualify 7th, I think we can be very, very happy with that. Actually, qualified 5th. Ahead of the Mercs. That's a bit surprising, honestly. Very nice, though. It's a shame of Schumacher. He, again, just like, this is Schumacher's just luck in this game. It's very, very close. Rebel Hype Train still going? How's your save going, Maddie? Did you finish your last races last night? Did you win it at Coda? Because the Haas Hype Train has just started with a front-wing update that basically pulls us, pulls us into the top 5 ahead of the Mercs for Magnussen at least. Which, again, very, very surprising. Didn't expect that. Compound performance here. Softs are a little over 3/10 quicker a lap, but they degrade super quick. 5-6 laps, and then the mediums will be as good, if not better. Medium and hard, barely any difference. Mediums degrade super quick though, compared to the hards. 300s, a lap higher degradation. Meaning that it'll take like 5 laps before they, in theory, are equal. So yeah, you see that the hard save will probably be a very competitive tire. Verstappen 1 title, Perez 2nd. And the Ferraris got overtaken by Mercs and Alpha. Did they like crash out in the last couple of races? That sounds like something interesting that would be interesting to watch. Are we gonna put Magnussen here on a 1-stopper? And just gamble our life away? Or we could also put him on the hard here from the get-go. And see if we manage to keep up with the cars in front. Medium, hard, soft, 2-stopper. Honestly, this is one that I would think would be fun. But I think we're gonna start Magnussen off on the hards. And we'll adjust as necessary, depending on safety cars, things like that. Because he is pretty high up. If we can just get him on the DRS train, he will probably save a lot of time just from that. Being pulled by faster cars. We could try and do the same here for Schumacher, or we could put him on the medium to hard. Again, this is going to take a lot out of the tires. And even if we get any safety cars, it's basically just survival the game. We could be a bit more aggressive, start him on the mediums, running him on the hards, then the softs towards the end. I think that would honestly be more fun. So, let's get him slightly different strategies, but still good ones. Engines are still good, 90%. So that is good. The Mercs can't catch you with the second fastest car. Yeah, I know, that is why I've finally figured out some of the stipulations and I'm going to test this run. The facilities level 2, I'm going to change. So that weather center, we can max it. Because having to gas when the rain comes, and the rain coming 10 laps before it should is a bit too much. Like, missing it by 2-3 laps is understandable. Missing it by 10 is a bit too much. Also, other than that, I'm going to add a research, because I think if we keep on getting set back by research every year, it might keep it a bit more close with the AI. So I'm going to be testing that for this season, see how we stack up next time. But with that, I think we're finally ready for the race. Also, again, let me know if stream is choppy, laggy, anything like that, and I'll try and change things here.
It's lights out, and away we go.
Talking about changing things, I did forget something. Honestly, we can just keep it on neutral for now. That should be fine. But I will add him to push, and I will add Schumacher to overtake. And we'll see how these first couple of laps before DRS end up going. Magnus up into 4th through the first corner. That's quite an aggressive move. Sainz is the only hard runner in the top 10 aside from us. Most are on mediums, as you can see. A couple of hard runners further back.
Good, really good.
But yeah, this is going to be an interesting race. Should probably also tune down the audio a bit here. I don't know if you guys are... If the audio is too loud that you can't hear me or the commentators, let me know. And I'll tune down the race audio a little bit. Schumacher 2 making up the place. Very nice to see. But yeah, as long as Magnussen can just hold on to the position he's in now, we are going to be very, very happy. Let's close that so we have more viewing. I am kind of tempted to try and turn this later into, let's see if we can make Schumacher champion, honestly. Okay, we're getting on to the final straight. For the pitch straight. So far it's looking good, doesn't seem like we're going to get overtaken. So let's go ahead and speed things up slightly. I'm going to put Schumacher back to neutral too, because he is next to Bottas here, so if he can just latch onto Bottas, that would actually be great for us. And if Magnussen is already, as you can see, holding Perez up, there's more than a second between him and Verstappen, which isn't really that surprising. And honestly, it's not a problem for us. The goal that we have here is for Magnussen to hopefully get DRS of either the Red Bull and Perez, or Hamilton and Russell. And Schumacher, on the other hand, just holding on to Bottas is going to be very, very good for us. Hello, Skitty. It's going pretty well. I'm having fun getting back into the game again with a bit of a limited game, where we limit ourselves to make the AI more competitive. How's it going for you? First won by team orders. Arabic World. Abu Dhabi.
Haas with an overtake.
Magnussen overtakes Perez again.
Now just
I was reading chat, so I didn't actually see what happened here. Okay, so Magnussen is actually changing DRS positions with Perez. That is what we like to see. Because the Red Bulls are a lot quicker than us, but we're actually holding up the train so much right now because we are fighting Perez. We can tune down fuel here. This is one of those tracks where fuel was... where I've actually run out of fuel, I think, a couple of times. Saudi Arabia. So Jeddah? The reason why I said Abu Dhabi is because later in the season, Perez is re-overtaken, which is actually good. We kind of want to stay behind Perez. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for us, but as you can see, DRS on this track is just amazing. My concern is actually that Magnussen is going to end up fighting Perez a bit too hard. And then we'll end up crashing out. Qualifying pace is 7/10 quicker than everyone else. Yeah, I know, Maddie. It's a bit too easy to become very, very dominant. So, again, that's kind of why I'm doing this. A bit more limiting playthrough. Nice to hear it's going good, Skitty. Yeah. I'd say we have a good start to this race so far. Magnussen still keeping up with the Red Bulls. Using DRS to fight with Perez. Oh, Perez gained a lot of time there suddenly. What happened?
Here's the replay. So let's look
I don't
at
think
this.
we'll see it
There's
here.
Sergio Perez.
Because I think this was early on the track. But Perez just ran away with it there. So I'm assuming Magnussen kind of ran wide here. And that is going to cost us because we can't catch up without DRS. So now we have the Mercs to help us out. I overslept, so I didn't see most of the race, but I know it was very eventful. Several red flags. The restart at the end, I did watch. I woke up around lap 20 because I slept through my alarm. Races early mornings here in
It's a race position gained from
in Europe. But yeah, it was a very eventful race. I think red flags towards the end of the Grand Prix probably should be changed, that they're always just a safety car start. Mainly just because of the mayhem that happened with those 2 laps ago and a restart. They should all just be rolling starts to make it a bit more safer for the drivers. I have no problems with red flags at the end of the races, but just make them a bit more safer, and if it's a rolling start, just add a lap. Because I think the car should have more than enough fuel for that. But yeah, I'm planning to watch the race in its entirety, probably later tonight, while I'm eating dinner. Did you watch it, Skitty? What did you think of it? Tsunoda, Aston, Stroll to Williams. Go TV to Haas. Okay, that could actually be an interesting one.
It's a race position gained for Mercedes.
I'm still happy with how this is going, though. If we can keep hold of the Mercs, we are going to be okay. Bottas is kind of getting left behind, though, which is unfortunate. Watching WrestleMania. So you watched some of the race before you fell asleep again, yeah. It's not the worst thing ever. I do enjoy this, though. Like, we're playing Haas and we're currently fighting...
doing a good job.
Kind of fighting the Mercs. It's nice to see.
Haas with an overtake there.
We are falling behind the Red Bull quite drastically, though. Hey, Tom. I am doing pretty good. As you can see, we're currently in 5th here with Magnussen. Perez is pitting. Did he get some damage? Is he even lacking a bit of his front wing there? Looks like it. That could be good for us. I don't think we're going to take advantage of this and pit. We still don't have enough tire life to really take advantage. I don't think it's going to be a safety car. If it was Perez. It was Paris, indeed. Yeah, Tom, I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I overslept for the race this morning, so I didn't get to see the entirety of... It did hit the wall, yeah. Yeah, going nose cam would be a good idea. Let's see if we can see it, yeah. Lost half his front wing there, the poor lad. But that does benefit us, honestly, quite a bit, so I can live with that. I was just afraid there for a second that was Magnussen who had done some shenanigans. How are you doing, Tom? Did you see the race this morning? Excuse me. I'm just going to quickly get something to drink while we watch Magnussen and, well, Prix in this case. Go in circles. Yeah, so far, strategy's working out well. Kind of a shame that Bottas got left behind here, honestly. But we are pulling out a bit of a gap to the cars behind. And that will potentially help us out quite a bit. Magnussen, though, still doing great. Side pod or chassis? Honestly, I don't think none of them have too much to see here. Schumacher and pitting. We could pit. I think the cars around are going to pit too, so let's just go full on attack. Push. See if we can overtake Bottas before we go into the pits. Because he too will be pitting fairly soon. I think he's on the same strategy as we are. So he'll probably have gone, you know, aggressive then attack before pitting, but it's just how things be. Side pod or chassis change. Honestly, they are two. They're the two least effective pieces, so doesn't matter too much, honestly. Chassis, yeah. Nick has to go. He's consistent, but he isn't great pace-wise. I know, but that's also like kind of part of the challenge, not having a top driver. If we really wanted to, we could have just picked up Bottas in his place, for instance, and then we'd probably have two drivers here before the Mercedes. The suspension isn't great, but the thing is, it just affects so many more stats than the side pods and your chassis, unfortunately. Like, if weight was a huge factor in this game, like chassis and side pods would probably have a lot more to say, especially your chassis, since weight reduction would play a big piece. Okay, see here. Get the Schumacher in. Could unfortunately not really get Bottas. Bottas isn't pitting either, but it should still be okay. We'll actually come out right behind Paris here, so if we pitted a bit sooner, we might have actually been able to take advantage. Put it on standard for tyre wear, but we'll allow him to use a little bit more fuel, see if we can take advantage of that. But yeah, if like the weight of your components had something to say, the chassis would probably be a major part. Haas went third best on low speed cornering, third in DRS axle. What, for Australia? Nice to see you around, Skitty. Hope you have a good day too. Well, a hood day. I assume you meant good day, but both work. Let's see here. Schumacher, the rest. So Paris is pitted because he had damage. That's fairly obvious. We'll see how low these guys run their mediums before they do actually end up pitting. I believe Hülkenberg was in a good position at one stage, like 4th, but then things got turned back, so he got in trouble. Put Schumacher back to balanced. Magnussen is still doing what he can to just hold on up front. Is good. I'm wondering, do I want to just stretch these hards as much as possible and just do one stop onto the mediums? Because they are living longer than we expected. Let's have a quick look here. Your rear wing development is available only on Saturday. You should be able to emergency manufacture, but it's a bit costly, honestly. Let's make a new strategy here where we get rid of that one. And even if we do stretch, it's gonna be kind of risky. It's estimated to be 8 seconds slower. But as long as we got Russell with us, I think we're gonna try and do this. If Russell pits, we pit. I think it's gonna be the call here. Hello, Senor. I could put Magnussen on aggressive, but as I said, I might be switching him over to a one-stop. And honestly, that might actually pay off a bit better for us here. What happened to... Yeah, Schumacher's still okay. Yeah, Magnussen is doing okay for now. Russell will be pitting fairly soon, though. He might actually be pitting this lap. Because he is... Yeah. He is running some worn tires. Game is updated. Tires already end up with 39. Do you mean like the line here is 40%? 39%? Rather than 30? So I'm gonna have to have a look. And then when I hit 30, I start going super slow? Yeah. I can see that being the case. They drop off like proper until they hit the 30 mark, and then they start dropping off super hard. That would make sense. We still got a lot to go here on Magnussen though, so I'll have to see what we want to do. Leclerc and Verstappen pitting though. Russell is pitting. Now, can we take advantage of Leclerc and Verstappen on fresh tires and actually just hang on with them?
Haas with an overtake.
Let's try it for a lap or two. Just see if we can... Because if we can DRS of those two and make this a one-stopper, that would actually be kind of amazing. If they actually manage to overtake somewhat soon. Schumacher, still kind of okay. Need to do a little bit of work here to catch up maybe. Can we close down that 2-second gap? Sacrifice a little bit of tie here. See if we can make it work. Deploy the ERS. There we go. Magnussen has finally been overtaken. Now the big question is, is the DRS good enough to keep him with the other two cars? And do I need to tune him up too, maybe, to make that happen? Her starting to develop skill issues. For now, though, I'm going to allow Magnussen to just stay out. And as long as he keeps up with the cars in front, and we get DRS along, that should be perfectly fine. But he's already kind of losing out here. Yeah, we probably won't be able to make this work. I think we're gonna have to pit him. Probably. On board. Is there, but I don't think we're getting DRS here.
Come on, Kev, let's pressure him. Copy that.
Maybe at the end there, we'll have to see. We get some luck in the corner. We are not making anything work there. We're gonna just go neutral, push the tires for a lap, and then pit on the next one.
Push as much as you can. Got it.
I think. One stopper would be amazing if it would have worked, but time-wise, it's not looking too good. Did we actually catch up here? What happened with the two cars in front? The rest will be nerfed. Well, I'm looking forward to Miami with the DRS nerf thing. I'll agree with that, Sandler. We'll set him to aggressive, see if he can keep up with the two cars for now.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Schumacher is still doing good back here. Got Russell and Paris to pull him along. We're just losing out so much in in this sector with the turns. Lap times. Hamilton is actually gaining on all of us. I am a bit concerned on how we want to do this. Because we aren't really able to keep up. Unfortunately. Let's go full on attack, use a bit of fuel, and what do you know? We'll try the one stopper here. We'll stick with aggressive. We'll use a bit of fuel, and we'll pit him around the 30% mark, and we'll see exactly where we come out then. Probably behind Schumacher, That's worse behind Bottas. But doing a one stop, it might benefit us compared to the cars around us. Perez had an accident. He's going to have to stop again. Schumacher is stopping again. But most of these cars just aren't stopping again too. So, gonna be a bit rough. Wait a minute. Did most of these start on hards? Gonna have to check. Tire history. Okay, mediums, yeah. I got it the opposite way around. Losing about a second to Hamilton. Yeah. Tires are kind of giving out here. Big way. But it's a bit too late to change our minds now. Gonna have to make it just fill the fuel to full and gun it. Could work. But we'll see how this plays out for us. It's a bit of a gamble again, but we can maybe make it work. Speed things up a little bit here. See, I think this will be our last lap before we need to pit. Yeah, he's been weak on pace now for a few laps because his tires are dying. And even if we do mediums, it's still going to be kind of painful, as you can see. But we don't really have a choice. We might also have to conserve a little bit, so if we are lucky where we come out, we might be able to make something happen. It looks like we're going to come out quite a far back here. 10th behind Alonso. Can we catch up to Bottas and Alonso without burning the tires too hard? Schumacher locked up. That is a broken front wing. Do we have any other damage? Nope. See, we don't have a new set of hards. We could put him too on a fresh set of mediums. They'll just barely last to the end of the race. I don't think we really have any other choice here. And we switch out the front wing.
I'm very sorry.
Let's take a closer look. Now just focus on the Haas. A definite collision.
Touch the wall, yeah. Luckily, we'll be able to get back to the pits, reset it. Use some ERS here for Magnussen, see if we can close down to the two cars in front. Get ourselves some DRS, would be nice. Schumacher came out in 16th. Not really too much we can do about that. Yeah, and we don't really want to push these tires too hard. This isn't completely accurate because we are on... not on full burn. One and only Edster, hello. The perennial binner. Well, to be fair, so far this season, Magnussen has binned it more. Because Magnussen binned it twice in the same race. I don't think Schumacher really has crashed. He's had a couple of lockups, but he hasn't really had any crashes so far. So we'll see how this plays out. 20 laps on the mediums, though, is gonna be rough for both of them. I don't think we really can do anything for Schumacher, though. Like, the only thing we can hope for then would be a safety car. Something like that. In terms of tires, we do have better tires than cars around us for the moment. And I know Sainz is going to have to pit, but we're a bit too far back for that to really have an effect on us. I'm thinking, wondering if we should run conserve behind Bottas for a little bit here. That would be worth it. As long as we can keep up, it should be fine to save the tires a bit. At least for a couple laps here before we start trying to make moves on him and Alonso. In terms of lap times, I don't think Alonso's catching up to Perez either. Well, yes, it's actually a whole second there. Perez's tires are going to be completely dead too, so he's actually going to have to pit. That's actually good for us. So we could potentially have some interesting things happening here towards the end. Bottas is kind of falling behind now in terms of Alonso, so we might have to try and speed up things a little bit. Don't want to lose him completely. There we go. Magnussen should be able to close down to Alonso fairly easily.
That's a new race position for Haas.
Magnussen overtakes Bottas.
All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
Thing is, Bottas is slowing down, kinda, so I don't want to let Alonso leave. So I'm thinking we're good here, nestle between them. And since Perez is gonna need to pit too, most likely, unless he's gonna burn down his tires completely over the next 14 laps, we're looking quite good. Schumacher is still probably not going to get into the points unless something special happens. So the focus will be here on Magnussen. Honestly, we're getting Perez even without really doing anything at this stage, as you can see. Gaining 8 tenths with 13 laps to go, and him having to potentially pit. So even leaving him in normal here could allow us to potentially catch Hamilton and Russell as well. Yeah, we are doing conservative right now, getting 3 tenths, 4 tenths. Well, we're running the same time as Perez on that one, but we are gaining on the Mercs. It's just that it's 8 seconds, so gonna need to gain 8 tenths a lap if we really want to make a move there. But with 10 laps to go, I think we can put him up to standard, no problem. And if you can get Perez here and start working up towards Russell and Hamilton, that would be amazing. Give him a bit of an overtake here towards the straight. There we go, we got Perez. 5 seconds up to the Merc of Russell. Can we make that happen? Maybe. Let's see, last lap. 4 tenths. Potentially it could happen, but it's gonna be rough. We have already gotten out of DRS from Perez. That's how slow he was. Gained quite a lot there. 7 tenths. That's good. If we keep that up, we'll actually get at least Russell. Potentially, that is. So, it's looking good. Looking very good. Schumacher, we could potentially focus a little bit on him now. See if we get him up to maybe 11th. Hello, Blasted. The Australian GP was fire. Yeah, unfortunately, I overslept, so I didn't really get to watch it. Feel free to spoil it, though. I'll watch it replay later. I watched the last half. There was a bunch of red flags and generally just mayhem. 3 seconds by now. Looking good. Oh, we even had a crash on track. Yellow flag so far. Who is the crashy? Norris.
Take a look now. Now just take a look at the McLaren.
He did the exact same thing Schumacher did earlier. At this rate, we might struggle a little bit towards the end. But Schumacher is now, potentially... Yeah, there we go. Perez is pitting. And he actually came out right in front of us, so... This is going to be a bit interesting. We now have actually 2 fights for points. Magnussen and his potential to catch up to Russell. And Schumacher here versus Perez. But Perez, I assume, is on fresh. Well, scrub softs. That's going to be a bit more challenging. It's a bit too early to put Magnussen on aggressive. He's going to burn down his tires too much. Even if you catch up to Russell, we won't have the tires to fight him. Is my concern. And we're gaining more than enough time right now, so there's no need to put him up. We gained 7/10 approximately that lap. We are... If we keep this up, we'll be within striking distance by lap 55, 56. And then we can try and use an attack then. Schumacher, on the other hand, a bit more concern on what we want to do here. We do have a bit of fuel we can use. We don't really have much energy. So, if we are going to make a move here, it'll probably be in this section. It's not really overtaking territory, but if we get close enough to DRS off, that would be pretty good. There we go. We got 1. We're going to get 2 as well. We are. Schumacher with the double overtake.
Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Got the Alpha, and then we get the Alpine. We don't need to push Magnus, and that's the thing. There's no need to burn our tires now that we can't fight him later. We're almost within DRS, 1 more lap. So I'm just going to leave things as is for now. Bit conservative, but I don't think we have enough to go for fighting Hamilton as well. So for now, I'm just happy with how things are. We are within DRS. We could also... Well, we were. Lost a little bit there. Have a little bit of fuel we can use. But not too much. But yeah, we are now up to the behind of Russell. And that should be honestly good enough. If we really want to push, our tires are just going to fall off. Russell does still have the same tire wear as us, so to speak. But if we push too hard, we are not even going to get him. I'm not going to be too greedy here. We're getting a new underfloor. We're getting a new, I think it is suspension for next race anyways. So, we will be getting some upgrades that will make us way more competitive for sure. We might tune up our tires before the last lap, but right now, can't really do that. They're already getting kind of low. Shumi has pulled out a little bit of a gap there, which is good. 2 laps to go now. Gained 4/10 at Hamilton, yeah. It's a bit too much of a dream to just kill our tires so Russell can kill us later on, unfortunately. A little bit more fuel here. Hamilton's tires might have be about to fall off though, so potentially we could make something happen here, but it's going to be very, very touch and go. It's basically, do I want to gamble, go all in for a 4th place, or do I want to be happy with a 5th place right now? It's basically the decision we're making.
And Sainz crosses the line first. He's taken the win.
And personally, I am happy with a 4th place. Rather than going a bit too mad here and losing everything.
We can close on them.
Copy.
I pitted him a lap earlier, maybe we could have made something work there, but again, I'm happy with that.
The car was superb.
Remark is also good here. Managed to recover into 10th place.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Both cars and points. Can be very happy with that. Tips for Magnussen. Could probably have made a challenge there on Hamilton, but again, tires were gone. Didn't want to risk it. Honestly, we need 10 points more than we need the extra 2 from 4th. So, I'm okay with it. 1-2 for Ferrari, Verstappen 3rd. We had Perez crash out, get damaged early in the race, forcing him onto a 2-stopper. But yeah, Sainz did make the 2-stopper work for him. With this, he now has a sizable lead out front, 20 points. Verstappen gains a bit more bigger gap to Perez. And Magnussen moves up also quite aggressively here to 9th. In terms of constructors, that moves up us up to 6th, 4 points behind Alpine. Can be very happy with that. And other than that, there's no real big changes here. Development point for Schumacher. Nice. And 41 defends, 9 overtakes. Only 1 successful defend, 10 overtakes. That's not great stats, but we can live with it. Because of the finishing positions here, Magnussen gets a decent amount of money. Schumacher also gets a little bit, so we only make 4 million. But that is definitely alright by us. Put the point into braking for Schumacher. We're going to focus on braking for a little while. Get him up to speed there. We're exceeding expectations. The board is happy. Good. And with that, we have the Spanish Grand Prix in 11 days. Underfloor done in 2. Suspension in 4. There we go. Underfloor has finished the sign. We're going to have to manufacture it. Unless we rush it, we won't have it done in time. Even if we rush it, it's going to be kind of risky. But I think we're going to rush 2 of them. And then we're going to manufacture 2 more normally. And just hope that we have no damage to them during practice. There we go. And in terms of a new project here, we have already used our CFD and wind tunnel hours on the underfloor. And as you can see, this would be a massive jump due to us using Intense. But due to the limiting factors that I placed in this save, that I need to do every part once before I can do a part again, we're going to be doing rear wing with CFD and wind tunnel time, and then get side posts and chassis done as well. And then we'll make a second iteration of the underfloor. That should be alright. Make our car a bit more of a competitor. Do we want... Which preset do we want here? Honestly, I think we'll just go high-speed performance. Help with acceleration, top speed. Doesn't really help too much with cornering. But to be fair, what we really want out of the rear wing is just speed. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is okay. Put 5 engineers on it, and again, we run it on Intense. Simply because it's the best way to level your parts. It doesn't benefit your current one, it'll benefit the second generation part. Third generation, basically. If I'm not making sense, feel free to ask and I'll clarify. Suspension done as well. And it's in low stock, according to our man. Takes 5 days to make one. So even if we rush it, we won't have enough for Spanish Grand Prix. I guess I could also say no emergency manufacture. Although I think I've already done it once. So we're just going to take this, accept just 1 set of suspension for Spain. And manufacture 4 of them right away. In terms of car part to develop, we have chassis or side pod. I think I want to do side pod first. Generally, just because it's the part that takes the longer between the two. Race performance. This is basically what I do anyways. No cooling. We're just lacking a little bit of a slider to the right there. So we'll go race performance on the side pods. We can be happy with that. Again, I probably am undervaluing cooling, but I don't see any good reason to invest too much time into it. There we are. think we're ready then to continue on to the Spanish Grand Prix. Underfloor is finished manufacturing. And is that for both cars? Yes. As you can see, with this underfloor alone, we'll be moving up on acceleration and low speed cornering. High speed cornering is going to get a massive buff. Medium speed getting a little one. But the main thing that we're getting is we're getting a little bit of extra top speed here. Generally, just a improvement to the car. That's going to be pretty nice. And I am going to shaft Magnussen here and give sorry, not shaft Magnussen, shaft Schumacher, and give Magnussen the better part. We're going to gamble on reaching Q3 here. We do have upgrades. We managed to reach Q3 last time. I don't think we're going to go for fastest lap, but we are going to gamble on 11th over 5 races for one driver. It's a bit conservative. We could gamble on getting into Q3 for the rest of the season, but I'm going to be a little bit conservative. Again, we don't lack a lot of money, mainly because I'm not going to be upgrading my facilities a lot. I could be upgrading these to level 2, but for now we're going to keep things as is, and instead I'm going to go ahead and upgrade the weather center. This is the only building I'm going to allow myself to max out, and the reason for that is very simple. I just hate how unpredictable the weather is. It's a little bit over the top. And while we're at it, we're going to upgrade the race simulator also to level 2. Hello there, Lord Mordecai. How are you doing? But yeah, with that, I think we're ready for the next race to Spain.
Formula One has cranked up.
Another reason why we actually did well in Miami is that the AI is still running pretty ragged engines while we were basically running fresh ones. So keep that in mind. We might have a bit more competition here. Let us quickly, not the side pods, suspension, put the new suspension also on Magnussen's car. As you can see, this will give us again a pretty sizable bump in most things. Top speed, acceleration, low speed cornering. Gonna put us ahead of R1. So only those that have a 3-point jump is actually a upgrade compared to other teams. So medium is gonna help, top speed is gonna help in the DRS. So let's slap that on, and hopefully he doesn't break it during practice. That would make me actually kind of sad. Let's put on the 1 parts. Get practice out of the way. I wish you could use presets for this, so you didn't have to click every time, but it is what it is. Looks good on both of those. Let us get the setup fixed for Spain. 8.5, 14, 7.3, 30, and 80, I believe. Good. There we are. Let us get through the practice. Magnussen's 6th in practice is very, very promising, considering he's running very ragged parts. And once again, I realized that I forgot that we have a reserve driver that I should level up. That's my bad. Let's see here. Tune that down a bit. Move this over here. Like so. Probably the same thing here, honestly. Do 1 wiggle like that. With that, let's simulate T2. Bit worse, unfortunately, but we're still a second behind Verstappen, so honestly not too bad. Still lacking a bit on the traction side. Gamble like this. like so. Most of the things are great. Do one slight jiggle. Fifth in practice. Not the worst thing we've ever done. Very, very respectable, so to speak. And let me just really quickly change our title here. New underfloor for Spain. There we are. I think we're good, honestly. Setup confidence could be better. Car pass knowledge could be better too, but not really any way to force that unless you play it manually. Light rain for the race though do make me quite nervous, honestly. So we'll see how this goes. For now though, let's get qualifying out of the way. Put on the better parts. We can still run the ERS a little bit more, but we are very soon gonna have to switch that out too. And we are gonna most likely take some penalties later in the season. Unfortunately, just how we be. Yeah, let's get into qualifying.
Radio check.
Radio is good.
See how this first run goes. I think we should be okay. Tsunoda might be a little bit of a roadblock. Nope. Managed it just fine. Magnussen half a second ahead of Bottas now. That is quite promising, honestly. I don't think we are going to have to send Magnussen out again, but maybe Schumacher. Let's put on a new fresh set just to be safe here. We're 2/10 behind Verstappen. Almost 3/10 behind a Ferrari too. That is very promising to see. Nice with the spin.
Let's take a look at the replay.
If he
Let's have another look.
got any
Silence
damage.
is the focus here. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Nah, he just went for a jolly spin. Let's just quickly here. I'm gonna slow things down a bit. I want to check the current car parts. Okay, so Leclerc and Sainz are both running, as you can see, ragged engines, and this is hurting their lap times quite a bit. Same for Verstappen and Perez, which is mainly why we are close to them here. Like this, you can lose up to half a second in terms of race pace per lap. And as you can see, it's every single competitor on team, except for Show. He has a new one. But most of the AI here are running very, very bad engines, and honestly, just making them take penalties would make the game already a bit more, feel a little bit more alive, maybe. I think we're gonna gamble on not sending either driver out again. Magnussen is safe for sure. Schumacher is maybe risky if he's unlucky, but I'm gonna just gamble here. I think we are through for both cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Schumacher is safe in 11th. That is good. Let's do the first run on a Scrub Soft. Then we'll do the final run on some proper softs.
Radio check.
Let's just speed things along here. Isn't too much happening during quali, unfortunately. Not too exciting. But if the other teams don't change their engine before the race, we do have a potential here of maybe eking out a win. A surprise win. But we might actually make something weird happen. Schumacher might need to do another run here. I think Magnussen is safe. So we're definitely going to be sending Schumacher out on another run just to be on the safe side. Hopefully I didn't send him out too late there, we'll see. He's very safe there by 30 seconds, so no biggie. Didn't really improve, but he is safely through Q3 for both our drivers. That's good to see. Now again, Magnussen do have an additional upgrade compared to Schumacher too, so that does help him quite a bit. Adjustments locked. I think we're still good. Let's use again the scrub saw for the first run, and then we'll use a fresh one for the final run for both our cars here.
Radio check, Kevin.
Radio's good.
Could get a roadblock here, Alonso. We just barely got through. I think we're fine. Schumacher a bit closer there, so could be potentially a problem. Oh yeah, Magnussen. Did they change engines for this, or is it just that we actually got roadblocked? Nope, we just got roadblocked. Fortunate. But we do have another run, and that run is going to be on completely fresh softs. And Schumacher ran out of fuel. He didn't pit when he was supposed to, and ran out of fuel. It's an old bug, unfortunately, that they said they'd fixed.
Stop the car, stop the car.
But
Understood.
seems like it hasn't been completely fixed, unfortunately. It is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I see now Magnussen can improve his starting position. And he does, ahead of the Mercs. Same one as we had for Miami. Might get another one here. Schumacher starting 9th even with the DNF. So it's already looking a lot more promising for our team here. This is actually a track where the softs might work by the looks of things. Have a little bit of a pre-race report. Pit lane, not too long. 20, just above 20 seconds. Softs almost 4/10 quicker. Barely any degradation. They'll probably be quicker for their entire life cycle. Mediums and hards, degradation is also very, very low. Mediums will probably be better too for the entire life cycle. It's basically dependent on if the one-stopper is more valuable, but we could actually do something like this. Soft, medium, soft for both drivers. But it is gonna rain pretty early on by the looks of this. And a little bit of dry, probably inters and potentially wets at the end. Yeah, maybe not even inters. We'll have to see here. Again, we have a very, very shitty prediction capabilities, so we'll just start on the softs. And we'll take it from there. We'll probably be pushing our tires from the get-go. Because according to this, it's going to be raining by lap 9 at the latest. And both our cars do have to fresh set of softs, so we can push on our initial one. Let's just give them a bit more aggressive. Be a bit more aggressive here. And we'll see if we can make something happen here. From the get-go. I'll have to see what we do with Magnussen though, because again, he is behind the Red Bulls. So I don't know if we can make anything happen there. But Schumacher for sure. Make some interesting moves. See if he can catch up.
It's sunny and bright. One of the oldest races on the Formula One calendar.
See some yellows, not a lot of them, mostly red.
It's lights out and away we go.
Again, the main concern is going to be when the wet hits, because our forecast center is not very good. Magnussen here. Might get a bit overtaken. Fighting it back. Hopefully.
Typical.
So we're P6. Let's just get into a rhythm.
It should be okay, honestly. Schumacher too. Living dangerously.
Great job on that.
But yeah, we're gonna, as I said, push our tires a bit. It's supposed to start raining around here. So we can go a bit aggressive.
Let's see what happened there. Now just focus on the Haas.
I think that's what we saw, pretty straightforward. But Schumacher is fighting Alonso as well. And we have two soft runners. We have some hard runners too, so... Sorry, two medium runners. And then some hard runners. This game just is randomly loud at times. I'm sorry if I'm breaking someone's eardrums.
Haas with an overtake there.
I think we're going to give Magnussen the overtake and see if we can make some moves there. I also want to see if they're still using bad engines for the most part. He is gaining, but I don't think he's gaining enough to make a move. Okay, so both Ferraris are using bad engines. Both McLarens, the Red Bulls, the Mercs, the Alpines, Williams. Tsunoda is the one outlier. Show is the other one. So only two AI are not using yellow engines. So yeah, this, if we're gonna have a chance of winning something, it would be this race. Potentially, but the weather is probably gonna prevent that, very unfortunately. Schumacher making a move here on Russell. Which means we're gonna tune him down to neutral if he gets the move done. But right now he is wheel to wheel, and I think he should get it since he has the inside line here.
Good job there.
There we go. Now I'm wondering if Magnussen can do anything to Hamilton. It would be really, really nice if we could. Bit slow out of the corner though, unfortunately.
DRS enabled.
But it looks like we might have the run here, potentially. Can he make the move stick? Is the big question. Looks like he can. Or maybe not. Hamilton is coming back. There we go, Magnussen finally got by.
Okay, nice work.
So I'm a bit, again, I'm a bit concerned at what we want to do. We don't have a very good weather prediction center, so I might just be burning the tires a bit too soon here. We already actually have a gap to Alpine here, so while it's still sunny out, let's see if we can make that any bigger. Let's speed things slightly along here. Fastest lap for Magnussen. Good to see. And he might actually be making a move on Verstappen. Verstappen made the move himself and locked up, unfortunately. So that kind of made the decision for us. So far, it's looking good. Hamilton is kind of getting left behind, though.
Who's running wide there?
Russell is potentially also out here of DRS, which would be amazing. For now, we'll tune down the fuel usage a little bit. We're half a kilo the wrong direction. But that should be okay. Again, what could actually be the problem here is that the rain might actually not show up until this stage. And if so, we have burnt down our tires maybe unnecessarily. Oh, never mind. Weather is expected now in 4 minutes.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to
So,
increase the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I've got
that is a bit sooner than we expected. Let's go full on attack. Use what's left of these tires to maybe make something happen. Science is just kind of sailing away out front, though. I'm kind of surprised at that. Verstappen, fastest lap, back in 16th. We are having some rain now. We also have a yellow.
Is that a lockup?
Leclerc.
Let's take a closer look. Watch this. There's Leclerc. And this, yes, there.
Luckily, no damage. But it has started to rain. And it is actually increasing quite quickly. So I'm thinking we do the good old double stack. Get on the inters. Again, shouldn't be any need for wets until potentially last 20-ish laps of the race. So I'm thinking that we go inters for both. And potentially the double stack is going to hurt Schumacher a bit, but I think here the second loss maybe will be repaid. So Perez is going without pitting. Sainz pitting, Hamilton pitting, Russell is going on, I think.
company pit entry.
So our goal there would be to see if we stay ahead of
And white
yeah.
line, white line.
Schumacher. Had to wait there for a second. He is losing out to Hamilton as a result, though. Not too much we can do about that. Let's put it down to standard. We'll see from there. Now, in terms of... There's only one car ahead that has pitted too. So we'll see how we're looking. The fact that we are getting kind of stuck behind Norris here is not good. And if the track does actually dry up, that's going to be bad for us too. But the others are now pitting. Norris did hold us up quite a bit. But we did get ahead of Paris at least. Now where is Schumacher going to end up? Behind Hamilton, but ahead of the others. So not the worst pit stops we've ever done with a double stack, but could probably have done it a bit better. And now it started raining proper. Big question is if Magnussen can hold on to his position. That would actually be kind of amazing. But for now, let's just speed it along a bit. 8, I think, is pretty good. Sainz just has amazing speed, apparently. 4 times quicker than us on a broken engine. Schumacher is kind of getting left behind by Hamilton, but there isn't really too much we can do about that, unfortunately. Just how it be. I'm wondering if we're actually going to get a dry section again for like a few laps. But again, we don't know. We have such bad weather prediction, unfortunately. Magnussen is still holding on against Perez. Schumacher is again falling out behind Hamilton. Not really too much we can do there. It's kind of expected. Do I want to recharge my ERS for Magnussen here? This is a big question. Hello, Doug. How you doing?
Been a lockup.
Yeah, I had a few health problems, a couple of visits to the hospital, a couple of operations, so I'm finally back, getting into the new old patch. And so far, we're actually doing quite well, surprisingly enough. Sector 1, yellow. Yeah, Science is a monster. We're probably not going to be able to deal with him. Gasly with a spin. Leclerc is probably going to overtake Schumacher fairly soon. And at this pace, he might actually overtake Magnussen too. Press with a lockup though, giving Magnussen a little bit of breathing room. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Short straight charge. But yeah, Leclerc is just... if we can have Schumacher hold him up, that's probably our best bet for ensuring Magnussen gets a podium. But we're actually going to get quicker as the race goes on, and Leclerc engine gets worse. Same for Sainz, so it's going to be interesting. Hello, Jason. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better, which is why I'm taking, well, spending the weekend streaming. It's actually quite fun to be back and playing the game a bit again. Leclerc has overtaken Schumacher. I don't think it has even a snowball's chance in Hello re-overtaking that place. Tsunoda with a lockup. Magnussen is still keeping the same gap almost to Perez. Perez has gained a little bit. We are getting potentially here 10 more laps, and we might have to go wets, so it's a bit touch and go again. Our weather center is just 70%. It could really screw us over, so we'll have to see. I am glad you enjoyed, Jason. It's good to hear. Thank you very much. I'm basically using this streaming playthrough as a testing ground to do a bit of a longer game with some limitations. So we'll see how this season with Haas goes. For now, though, we're just happy with how Magnussen is doing. Schumacher too is doing okay. I don't expect us to be able to fight the Ferraris, even if they have virtually destroyed engines. But we are getting close to the area where we have to pit, though. And what I'm wondering is, should we pit for... Let's see what Russell goes on. If Russell goes on to a new set of inters, I think we might be safe. We pit Magnussen. Light rain, moderate rain in 9 minutes. I'm going to give it a lap or two more, and then we'll see from there. Currently, in terms of lap times, 28.2. We are slower than the cars around us. Down to Alonso, basically. So we'll have a look at Russell and see what kind of lap times he does. The track is now drying up. I don't think it will be dry for very long. If, yeah, there we go.
Was that a lockup on the track?
I think our tires are falling off to the point where we might have to just pit for new ones. But again, I'm worried that it's going to be wet territory. Because again, we can't really trust the forecast too much.
Sounds like someone's locked up.
So Russell, he should be coming out now, and we'll see. Just Verstappen with another lockup. What unfortunate timing. 26.6. Could definitely be worth it here to pit early, honestly. But again, it's a concern that this moderate rain in 6 minutes is actually going to put us into the wet territory. Show there, I think, was off the track too.
Sounds like a spin.
Yeah, show with a spin. We pit, where are we going to come out? Probably around Schumacher, honestly. I think we are gonna gamble on getting another set of inters on. And moderate. It's a rough one. It's a rough one because if I'm to trust that, I would have wanted to wait a couple laps more and go on wets. I'm gonna gamble. Oh, we had a crash on track. Hamilton is pitting. The yellow flag. Let's see if we can figure out who crashed. Norris. That looks like damage that might end up in a safety car. His wheel is into the wall, so I'm thinking that we take Schumacher here. Mainly, and get him onto new tires. Because his fight is potentially with Hamilton.
Watch this. We're looking at Lando Norris. Thank goodness nobody else.
Okay, it wasn't super hard, so probably not a safety car. You can probably continue. But with that in mind, let's go full on attack for a lap, push some fuel, and we'll have Magnussen to gamble for
Just keep
some
pushing
fresh
now.
tires.
Copy that.
Although 3 minutes more could probably pay off if I just waited. We'll see. Paris is pitting too. Maybe not a bad choice then. We'll see if we get the tires on before Paris catches us. And I'm just waiting here for this to finish so that I can tune down the tire usage. Okay. Alonso could potentially also be a roadblock here. He actually came up between us, so he might slow down Paris a bit. Leclerc is now ahead of us. Again, shouldn't be a concern. We will overtake Leclerc if it doesn't go to full wets. So that is the goal right now. Verstappen pitting, Schumacher in 11th. Magnussen with a lockup, no. Bye-bye podium.
Is that a lockup? Let's have a look. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here. And this...
That's very unfortunate. We have 2 cars in front. Well, 3 technically. That's going to have to pit. And we might be able to... I don't think we'll be able to get Leclerc. Honestly. We're kind of going to have to micromanage here, Mr. Magnussen a bit. Schumacher is fighting show. Got the move done. We actually have loads of energy there, so we can use some to catch up to the cars in front.
Haas with an overtake. Let's take a look at the replay.
But that was a really,
Watch this.
really
There's
unfortunate move there
Schumacher.
from Magnussen. Pretty good by Mick. Speed Mick a bit up to here. But so far, it looks like it's going to be Inters for a while. And the AI is actually running these kind of into the ground.
Haas with an overtake there.
So we might still be in a position where we might catch up to Paris and potentially make something work. Gasly with a spin. My concern right now is that the level is dropping. And potentially we might have a dry track in a bit. And that could really, really put a wrench in our plans. Let's just speed things up a bit here. And we'll pause if we feel the need. Lap times, we are running a bit slower than the other cars. None of our other competitors is pitting yet. And that's because it's starting to get wet again. But yeah, 24, 27, 27. They have so much time out front. Like, Sainz has a full pit stop. We might get Leclerc. Hello, David. Thank you very much. But it's such a shame that Magnussen locked up there because he was in a podium position. He was ahead of Perez. So sad. Are the Ferraris just not gonna pit here? There's 16 laps to go.
That's a new race position for Haas.
How are they still keeping these lap times going? Well, they aren't really, so if Sainz keeps this up, we might actually catch up to him too. But to be fair, he has 40 seconds on us. Like, luckily enough, we haven't had a single red flag so far. Tsunoda with a spin? There we go, Sainz pitting. And he will be out almost ahead of the others. But Perez kinda is potentially gonna hold him up for a bit for us. Schumacher having used his entire battery is a bit concerning. Put him back to neutral. Have a bit of fuel here we can use with... there we go, Leclerc is pitting. So the question now is Magnussen gonna be able to catch up to Hamilton? We're gonna go aggressive. It's a bit early to do, but I wanna gamble for this podium. In terms of lap times, they're pretty much equal. Like, we gained a 10th, but we have 4 seconds to gain, so that's gonna be a bit rough.
Okay, Mick, we need to save some fuel because we're not going to finish. Copy.
I think Mick should be okay. If not, we're gonna do a little bit of conservative for the last 3 laps or so. But Schumacher too, we can actually just push his tires a bit. He is actually in 7th right now. But yeah, speaking of red flags, there was apparently a lot at the Austrian GP today. Unfortunately, I overslept and lost half of it, so I'll be watching it in... I'll be rewatching it later tonight, once I get everything I need to do today done. Can we catch Hamilton? Is a big question. I don't think we will.
Looks like there's been a lockup.
Yeah, equal lap time there. Schumacher is kind of gaining on Russell though, so we might make a move on him. Potentially. But we also have a scary Verstappen charging at us as well. Fuel range. Let's push a little bit. We might actually get within striking distance, but it's going to require some luck. I don't know if we'll be able to keep Verstappen behind us, though, for Schumacher. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. We might have gone aggressive a bit too soon here. We might get punished by losing a bit too much of our... bit too much of the long-term performance. But we are gaining slowly. So if we keep it up, we might have one chance to attack here before the end of this this race. Schumacher 2, he is up to the back of Russell. I'm gonna gamble and harvest a little bit here. And we'll see if we get an overtaking opportunity for Schumacher at least. But we already are losing so much by just harvesting a little bit, so gonna gamble the last lap here. Sector 2 yellow. Sadly, Magnussen just not have enough. We're stopping with a lockup. That it gives us some breathing space at least. Let's go full on attack for the last couple of laps here for both drivers. It's a bit of a risk, but I think it might be worth it. Also push fuel and just keep an eye on it so that we don't burn too much. Last lap. think we're just going to give Schumacher the overtake. See if we can make something happen. Magnussen, it is close again, but unfortunately I don't think it's happening. Oh. Is Schumacher here? He is close to making something happen. But can he make it stick? He is on the outside.
More lifting coast, please.
Copy.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's happening. Don't have enough fuel for that. Magnussen too, a bit too far behind. Oh, Schumacher is making something happen. Put it back to neutral. Let's burn fuel.
You did good, really good.
Sorry, not Magnussen, Schumacher. I don't know why I keep on mislabeling them.
Haas with an overtake.
Schumacher overtakes Russell.
Let's see
Beautiful.
what happened there. Now just focus on the Haas. And they clear it.
Very good.
And Sainz crosses the line first.
Sainz won.
He's taken the
Pretty
win.
dominating performance, all things considered. Magnussen fourth. We'll have to be happy with that.
Checkered flag.
Yeah.
The big question is, can Schumacher
Yeah, Kevin, you did an awesome job.
hold out now
Okay, Kevin,
and
off your box and remember the full switch off procedure when you're stopped.
keep Russell behind him? We're going to have to just hope here, but I think we are safe. Yeah, no way Russell catches up that.
Checkered
So very
flag.
good. 5th and 6th
Yeah.
in Spain. Mainly due to AI not switching engines before they basically break down. But this is a good one for us. 20 points. Sainz first, Perez second, Hamilton third. Verstappen 8th with a couple of lockups is actually kind of impressive. Yeah, Doc, it's actually a really great result for us. Can be very, very happy with it. Let's see. Sorry. See, what is the next race? I don't remember, but let's check results first. Magnussen up to 8th, Schumacher up to 10th. Still Ferrari in charge, no real changes there. Just a point between Verstappen and Perez again. Constructors, we move up to 5th. 14 points ahead of Alpine. We can be very, very happy with that. Just 6 points behind Alpha. See if we can make any moves happen there. I'm not really micromanaging, that's the thing. I'm just managing every now and again. I know I have a couple of friends who basically play the entire race on 1x and really, really micromanage their drivers. And that's quite amazing to look at. We're paying a bit in bonuses, but it's fine. The foot is braking up to 90. We're going to focus that for now. Then I think we'll do cornering. We'll make a champion out of Magnussen yet. I think it's Baku, yeah, and then it's Monaco, if I remember correctly. No, it's actually Monaco first. I'm wondering if we want to be... I want to do sacrifice here, because as... The main reason why we had a good result here in Spain is because the AI, all but 2 of them, ran with basically broken engines. So we're going to have a few rough races ahead of us now. And Monaco is going to be one of them. Gamble on one driver in Q3. Go. I'll take that gamble. Fastest lap. I don't think we're doing that one. And in terms of development here, side pods and rear wing in 28 and 23 days. When is the... Let's check calendar, see how many races we have to do before that. So 27th is Monaco. And we have Baku. And then we have Canada. And at the end of Canada, we're getting the side pods. And then we're getting the rear wing. So we'll have it for the British Grand Prix. So 3 more races until we have 2 more upgrades. So it could be a little bit rough, but we're going to have to live with it. Yeah, I tend to forget the ERS too, or underestimate how much energy they're going to use at times, so it's still a bit rough. The first thing we're going to do, though, is to go into the warehouse, and we're going to give the suspension here to Schumacher as well. Going to help his car a bit. We're going to get a lower on brake cooling, though, which could be a concern, but I think we'll be fine. Kind of improvements I want to in the next game. Honestly, a bit more reality. I don't know what the word is. Immersion, maybe. Have the races have the engines actually break down. If you make brake cooling, engine cooling, things like that matter. Reliability. Generally, I just want to see improvements across the board. It's not a bad game as it is now, but it has some areas of improvements. I just want also to see a bit more randomness, a bit more individuality from the drivers, because right now they're all pretty identical. They don't really have any defining trait, like aggression. Doesn't really seem to matter too much, because like everyone seems to be crashing about the same. It's mainly these stats that decide that. I just want to see a little bit more diversity. Give you the option to make your own team. Give you the option to maybe develop your own engine. Have the engine specs change from year to year, or at least every like big regulation change, like in 2026, would be nice. Basically things that just makes the game a bit more interesting, a bit more challenging maybe. Best thing I'd like to see is just a difficulty slider for so that you can choose if you want to have a chill game or a more difficult one. I have not used any mods. Most of the mods that I've seen is basically lineup changes, 1991 mod, 2023 mods, things like that. So no, I haven't tried any mods. Yeah, Jason, create your own team would be great. It would be a lot of fun, honestly. I would also like to just be able to switch teams, for instance. F2, F3 would also be nice. Basically managing an F3, F2 team, and then getting scouted by teams higher up would be a nice thing. Being able to, you know, just switch teams. Basically things to just make the games a bit more challenging and a bit longer, honestly, would be nice to see. Let us get Monaco set up. We're gonna gamble that the gearbox will survive practice. I think it will. Some library design. If they add a library designer to the game, I would be very happy. Let us see here what we need in terms of the setups. 10, 16. 35, 85. There we are. And this time I'm actually going to remember to give Drugovic a bit of experience for once. Yeah, more dynamic growth would also be nice, because right now it's just, it doesn't matter how old your driver is, like the growth thing is fine, but still, I would like to see more dynamic player growth, driver growth through for that matter. Yeah, you can use, you can basically use the parts until they die in practice, which is nice. Thought it was off the tutorial, asked you to skip. Yeah. The thing is, I've never played a tutorial, so I don't actually know how it works. Drugovic way down on the timing sheets. Can be happy there with 8th for Magnussen. See, 94%. What are you lacking? Bit of... Let's gamble. We'll put it on 1. That might actually be enough. Yeah, we're seeing a bit difference here between our two cars, although they are using identical parts now. We hit 100% with Schumacher. Very nice.
Welcome back to what is...
But what I'm wondering here is if I should take penalties for Schumacher, maybe if he ends up out of the points from the get-go. That might actually be what we do here. Because if we can keep our engines good, like 70, 60% at least above, then should be happy. Yesterday's stream should be on my page. It should be public on my channel, I think. I think it is. But if you want, I can get you a quick link if you're interested in having a look. Should be under like live streams or direct. I don't remember what it's called. But you should be able to find that on my my YouTube page. Having one off over this year, that would also be very nice. Yeah, I hate it. Basically, I just hate wet races for that reason too, honestly. Not only is the forecast center grossly mischaracteristic, like they can be 10 laps off at 70% accuracy. Like I understand they can't be perfect, but 10 laps for any Formula 1 team just doesn't happen. And the fact that the AI doesn't consider wet conditions at all give you a very, very good chance of having a good race result due to that. So yeah, I really wish they, as I said, just add a bit more difficulty by making the AI a bit more smart and a bit more tactical. Do we want to... I think we'll switch to a fresh ERS. Just to be safe. And gearbox is not what we want to do. What I want to do here is use a fresh engine for both cars during qualifying. Because that'll allow us to potentially buy new ones if we feel the need to take penalties at any given time. But yeah, David, having smarter AI would make the game feel a lot better. Just from something as little as that. Let's see here. That alone should put us very close to perfect for all of those. That's where we want to be. I'll have to see what the confidence is after qualifying.
Ready to check, Kevin.
Radio's good.
I don't know why, but I thought he was driving the wrong way through the pit step a second. That confused me a bit. Artem, if you can't find the stream on the on my page, let me know and I'll give you a link if you want to have a look. I want to say it was... Okay, it is actually good. We kind of got signs there hung up. Russell beat us by 8 thousandths. Leclerc by a whole second ahead of us. They, I think, have got new engines in. Yep. So this is going to be rough. All the AI have basically changed into fresh engines. And that is one of the reasons I kind of want to take a penalty. So that we have fresh engines ourselves for when they start to run their ragged again. But so far, I don't think we're going to have to send our cars out again. It's looking pretty good, honestly. So we're going to save the tires here. And gamble on this being okay. Let's see if it paid off. 2, 3, 4. Just need one more. Yeah, we're good. Hello, Lost in BKK or BKK. Hello to you too. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's stream. I had a period under the 4th race when I started to get kind of tired. But I had a lot of fun. It's been good so far. So I hope to see you around. Hope you enjoy. Yeah. See here. We'll run scrub for the first run, then we'll use fresh for the second one. As we usually do.
Radio check, Nick.
1 hour 25. Yeah, I maybe played a little bit too slow yesterday, so I'm speeding it up a little bit today. But yeah, I'm enjoying being back and playing the game and streaming again, so I'm liking it so far. Yeah, now that the cars have gotten all fresh engines, we can kind of see where we're actually at. So we're a second behind the Red Bulls and the Ferraris. Thank you, BKK. I hope you enjoy. Looks good so far. Magnussen 4th. I think Leclerc and Perez gonna get ahead of him. Probably Hamilton too. But we're kind of looking at the 4th, 5th quickest team right now. So we have made some progress at least. Alonso actually beat us out. That's interesting. Let's get on fresh tires before I forget. But I would think Magnussen is possibly safer into Q3. Having extra set of softs for Monaco is always fun. Although usually you won't really need them. Half a second down to Schumacher. Yeah, this is a bit risky. I think we have 3 upgrades on the car now. We have underfloor, we have front wing, and we have suspension. Those are the 3 upgrades we made so far. We had a front wing put on for Miami, and then we had the underfloor and suspension for Spain. So we are getting there. The next couple of upgrades are going to come in before Canada, I think. Sorry, after Canada, before Silverstone, the British Grand Prix. I think we're going to gamble Magnussen here. We're going to gamble him, honestly, and we'll send Schumacher out only. And the gamble is kind of twofold here. I sent Schumacher out too early. Yeah, underfloor is the #1 piece that just makes a bit too much sense. So I put in a kind of a limiting rule here that I need to make every part at least once before I can make it twice. So still got chassis to go before we can make a new, what's it called? A new underfloor. Take advantage of the intents. I also decided that we can't use research to kind of try and set us back a little bit. Yeah, Schumacher in 14th. I think we're going to take an engine penalty here for Schumacher, so he has an extra one lying around. That should be fine. That's also my bad, though, because I sent Schumacher out way too soon. So he got suffered behind the...
Radio check, Kevin.
Behind the Alfa Romeo. Let's get on a set of fresh softs. We'll see exactly how this goes. So far we're 6th with scrub softs. We can be happy with that. I think Leclerc got held up though, so not the best. And we also have both the Mercs behind us, which is a bit surprising. Let us see where we actually end up here. Eighth. So, not the greatest qualifying, but again, this is where we actually stand, because now everyone's using fresh engines. Bit disappointing, but again, not much we can do about that. Gonna be a tough couple of races now, again. I think we are going to, in this race, for Schumacher, I don't really see him climbing up the order, really. We're gonna take a tactical engine penalty. And probably just pick up an extra gearbox, too. Because he's probably gonna need it down the line. I'm wondering if we just should do all three and just get them out of the way. Like, doing them in Monaco is not the best thing ever. But just getting it done and over with so that we have spare parts is good. Tune up and fuel in qualifying. Honestly, I just run the qualifying automatic. I only really send out the car. I don't micromanage it too much. So I just, as I said, run it automatic. Burning the fuel was a strategy that it helps a little bit. You gain a tiny bit amount more time. Could probably gone up a couple of spaces if I had, but again, it's just extra micromanagement. So I just run it automatic because it's more chill, more relaxing. But yeah, we're gonna take all the penalties here for Schumacher. I can't actually take a gearbox penalty though, so let's go ahead and get these prepped for when I need to. No penalties for Magnussen. We'll have to take the penalty some other time. Maybe if we bomb out in qualifying at one stage. In terms of strategy here, soft to hard. Bit ballsy. But we could potentially make that work. See if we can have Mick climb a bit. And we could also do the same with Magnussen. We could go hard, go long. Could also start on mediums. Have a bit more to play with. And I think we'll do that. We'll be a bit conservative. And we'll be a bit more wild with Schumacher's setup here. And we'll see if we can, during the earlier laps here, get some overtaking done. Could overfuel the car if we really wanted to. I don't think there's much of a point in that. So we'll stick with that as is. We actually did manage to get 100% confidence here with Magnussen too, which is good. I think with that, we are ready to start the race. And Schumacher is going to take some penalties. But again, I don't see him making up 4 places. It's going to be rough for him.
For one of the most exciting races in the world. This is the Monaco Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay. Magnussen already losing out to Alonso, potentially. A lot of soft runners ahead of us, and they're actually running...
So that's P9.
Potentially scrub softs, so we'll see how that goes. Schumacher already making up his place. Very good. And he might actually get the Aston of Stroll here as well.
Haas with an overtake there.
But instead he actually got snaked by Latifi.
Let's just get into a rhythm.
But yeah, this is one of those a bit more challenging races.
And a new
But we'll see
just gained by
where we end up here. I'm also a bit concerned with the AI strategy here. I think they're going to burn down tires a bit too much maybe for themselves. So Schumacher has already made up 3 places. Maybe I sold him a bit short. Just maybe, we'll see.
DRS enabled.
Ricardo is the only hard driver so far. I think we're gonna have to charge the car a bit.
Charge on. Copy.
And let's do that for Magnussen too.
Good job.
Although he is very, very close here. Balance fuel usage.
Haas with an overtake. Let's
Schumacher
take a
got
closer
Albon.
look.
Let's see what happened.
Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Got him on the main straight. Pretty good. But yeah, I'm thinking we go a little bit harvesting here for
Copy that.
both cars, and once we have Once we have maximum energy, we can try and do some overtakes here along these lines. I think Schumacher is just barely within DRS. Yeah, he is. Magnussen actually has lost out to Alonso while we've been recharging.
That's a good overtake from Alpine.
That's
We
my
can
bad.
take a look now. Okay, so there we have the Alpine.
Although, to be fair, Magnussen was kind of sleeping there. He's really losing time here. Like, he's already lost out DRS. That is concerning. Yeah, I might have done a mistake here by being a bit too optimistic again, and let's push a bit fuel for both. And try to be a bit too cheeky. We'll have to see if we can close down Alonso again. We might actually have to use all our energy to do so. I'm thinking we just do it. We do deploy. We'll see if we can catch up. Schumacher we can put on overtake. And we'll see if he can make any work of the cars in front of him. He got Tsunoda there. Very good. Magnussen is slowly getting back within DRS range. But we do have a little bit of a fuel concern here. I'm going to allow Schumi here to try and make some moves with a little energy he has left. Although we might be making him a sitting duck
Out of DRS.
in doing so.
Copy. Charge on, charge on. Yeah, okay.
Put him back to neutral. Magnussen is sticking with the train. Almost. He is falling behind a bit.
Haas with an overtake there.
So that is a bit of a concern. Schumacher did
Here's
get
the
Ricciardo.
replay. Now just
Ricciardo?
focus on the Haas.
Yeah, I think you're right, Thomas. We might have to make do with low energy because we do lose so much time to the cars in front when we do charge. Magnussen is also getting DRS here. So with everyone having new engines, we again are getting hit by the reality of where our car really is. But Alonso has now been dropped by Russell. So we might be able to make a move on Alonso later on in the race. If Schumacher managed to get actually up into the points, I'm actually going to be a bit disappointed with myself for taking the penalties. He's up to 14th now, so that is going to be interesting to watch here. And in terms of tire usage, the softs are just 6% different right now from the mediums. But we should be getting, yeah, close to the point where the cars in front of us at least are going to have to pit. And I would assume they're going to pit onto the hards and do a one-stopper. Magnussen is sticking with Alonso, honestly, so I can just leave him be for now. I don't think Schumacher is closing in on the cars in front anymore. No, he's running the slightly lower lap times too. Kind of managing, just barely. So, can't really have him push either, because we need to keep the tires alive long enough to get onto those hards. So it's a bit of a rough one. We are getting a bit of a gap down to Ocon though for Magnussen, so that should, barring any accidents, probably help secure us from any accidents on the pits. Any slower ones there. I'm going to speed things up a bit, because again, right now everything is back to stage 1. We could take advantage in Spain, because the AI was running a lower engine. Schumacher getting closer to his pit window. acceptable. He's still losing a little bit out in cars in front, but we do have a gap to play with. And these boys are starting to, will probably start to feel it, like really right now in terms of lap times. But right now Verstappen is running broken tires and basically going faster than us, which is very concerning. Yeah, we need to hope for a safety car. Let's see, let's have Shumi just go aggressive on his in-lap here. And we'll get him onto the hards to the end. They are predicted to be 1.5 seconds quicker. Magnussen should be fine just running for a little bit. It's Verstappen, yeah. Paris there too, running 28 softs, having a lap time that is quicker than ours by 9/10. Well, 3/10 if we consider Russell's time. So yeah, those softs are really doing good. Leclerc, Paris pitting. Currently, we're kind of just holding up the car behind, which is Hamilton. Ocon is still running the softs. I'm kind of tempted to just try and run the softs until they no longer function at this stage. Jimmy came out in 15, so he lost a position. And in front of him, we have a couple of cars that haven't pitted. How far is it up to Gasly? Half a minute. Well, 25 seconds. Show and Ricciardo we should be able to get on the pit stops, I think. Maybe. We'll have to see. Hamilton overtook Mag. Not a big surprise there. And he's already gaining a fairly big gap there. I think we're going to just go aggressive here for a couple of laps, and then we'll get him into the pits. He is drastically losing out right now. What is my opinion on Mick? So with who? Honestly, I don't know. Like, Mick is error prone, and when he makes errors, it's usually a big crash. Like, really big. So he's costly to have in the team, and with cost cap, that is actually a pretty big concern. And as I said, the teams that will most likely be interested are the lower teams on the grid, and they are budget minded in terms of, you know, damages.
Box, Kevin,
So
box.
if you take that into consideration, he might be struggling to get a new team. But wouldn't surprise me if, like, he ends up being somewhat of a reserve with one for some of them. So we'll just have to see how things goes on that front. Let's see now where Magnussen comes out. 10th. Maybe. Yeah. We have Rick ahead of us that's gonna need to pit, so didn't really lose out too much anyway. And in terms of our own Mick here, he's doing decent lap times. Let's see, where is it? And it's just Rick there too. And Rick is potentially within grasp. But yeah, I'm not too optimistic in terms of Mick's chances in the future. But I might be wrong. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. What do you think, Razak? Does he have a chance to come back? And if so, with who? Curious about your opinion on that too. Yeah, I agree with that too, Jason. Let's see. We're actually gonna try and make some cheeky moves here, because we have a Alonso that's being held up by a Ricciardo. So we could potentially do something there. Mercs start winning again, and they might make Mick second driver. Since Russell is Russell. Well, to be fair, Merc is... They've done some interesting stuff in the last few weeks. So who knows what they're planning. Didn't Russell's engine? Oh, I destroyed the ERS again. I need to just use it on that final stretch. Didn't Russell's engine blow up this race? Like today in Australia? I can't actually regain energy because I'll be left behind, even with the roadblock that is Ricciardo right now. I think we're just gonna be happy staying where we are, and once Rick pits, it'll be a something we can do. We should be able to get in with DRS now on the main straight. Hi Sloth, nice to see you again too. Russell will race rulers, yeah. I think the issue with I think Russell has a need to prove himself too, and he is actually pretty damn quick. But seeing that he's spent years in Williams to get that Merc seat, I don't think he's gonna hold anything back. Yeah, Russell did blow up. I thought it was a full, like a complete blow up too, where it caught fire, kind of like Sainz did last year in Austria. Hey, yeah, Sloth, I haven't given up on the game. My health gave up on me for a few months here, but I'm back again, trying to catch up a bit. Lewis has massive market value, like a 7-time world champion for one. So I don't think anyone's gonna... I don't think Merck's gonna let him go. Like, oh wait, we let Verstappen through. I was worried there for a sec. Is Rick gonna just burn those tires until nothing? Probably. Russell was P1. Yeah, he pitted on lap 7 or so. And then he got screwed over by the red flag. Yeah, the Alpines crashing into each other wasn't great. At least Ottomar took it kind of graciously. Yeah, Gasly was unfortunate for sure.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Magnussen finally dispatched Ricky. Let's have a look.
All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
I love the new talent that gets generated. Did they make any changes to that? Because in the previous playthroughs that I've had... Oh, I might need to actually do some conserve here. He is not regaining any fuel, which could be bad. I haven't actually had any like new gen drives that I could actually sign, so I'll have to have a look. Low fuel enough for Norris to gain 4 seconds, or is it because Sainz overtook us? I don't think Ricciardo's tires are super bad. Honestly, they're at 41. So, it's not super bad, but it's still not great. See, let's go back to balance. We have regained some fuel. Yeah, Russell will do his best to prove that he deserves that Merc seat. And I think if Merc keeps up their current development, where they are actually getting kind of better again, they are kind of getting to a point where they're challenging Red Bull and Ferrari again. Well, Ferrari, they've been challenging for a while because Ferrari is Ferrari. But if Russell has a chance to consistently challenge the Red Bulls in every race, I think you're going to see some sparks flying, like the good old Rosberg rivalry of old. Yeah, Hulkenberg had a good race for Haas. Yeah, I'm saying that, Sloth. In my first playthrough with Williams, I was at like Season 7, but I couldn't really find any new gens that I could hire. Championship night is final every point. Yeah. We'll see. Honestly, it's still early on in the season. Give it a few more races. Let's wait until we get to Monaco, although there's a month now before the next race, unfortunately. Which is going to be a sad, sad month. Yeah, like early game, they were like, if you want to sign a driver, they need to have so and so much experience. If they changed it so that you can pick up any driver, that would actually be amazing. And I'll be looking forward to that. Hulkenberg did get... I don't remember. Where did Hulkenberg finish again, Thomas? Do you know? I don't know where Yeah, I don't remember where Hulkenberg ended up after those changes. Honestly, I'm tempted to try and be a bit of a bastard here. And have Schumacher try and nab past his lap. Because unless we have a safety car, I don't see him getting up to Norris, fortunately. Yeah. Sainz did get hit with a 5-second though. And that kind of screwed him over, didn't it? Has there been any news on that? Have they reverted it or something? I haven't had a chance to check Reddit today. But that's the kind of F1 drama that I'm here for. Yeah, he ended up P7, yeah. I remember he was P4 after the mayhem of the restart. Yeah, well, I don't think Russell is happy with giving away points either, so it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be any team orders in the future. I didn't see what happened to Leclerc because I was asleep. I just woke up halfway through the race, unfortunately. I'm gonna rewatch it later. Did Stroll really stroll again? Honestly, they need to be just consistent with it. Either on the first lap of a restart, you don't punish anyone. Or you only punish, like, severe incidents. Because that is basically the biggest problem that the FIA has, that they're so incredibly random in terms of punishments. Like, they'll punish one incident and then they will not punish the next one, even though they might be identical. Okay, so Haas did protest, but it got dismissed. That's a shame. If they had gotten Alonso to walk up and tell with that protest, it might have gone somewhere. See, Mick here, I don't think you're making it up to the points, buddy. Magnussen should be safe, so... I don't think we're gonna bother with anything here. We're just gonna allow the race to run its course. But yeah, this season is actually kind of fun. I'm cheering on for Aston mostly, because they've proven that you can actually make a great car. And it's kind of fun to watch them, at this stage at least, kind of outdo Merc. So I'm looking forward to see if they can keep this development up going to the end. It's going to be interesting for sure.
Max Verstappen over the finish line and today's winner.
See, Kevin, 2 points, good for us. Stroll's underperforming. Kinda, Stroll is being just Stroll, I think, unfortunately. I don't think any, like, pay driver is ever going to be able to outdo Alonso, to be fair. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Aston rivalry to some degree. Yeah, I was surprised when I like read that Russell go box on lap 7. I felt it was early, like something had to have happened to him. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting season. It's actually gonna be a lot of fun, and I think Drive to Survive is just gonna they're just gonna laugh all the way to the bank already this early. I have to say I'm kind of first did a good race, like he started from the pit lane. But it's going to be interesting to see if we get any, like, Max in the same position, but Verstappen later on. See if Checo, if they have the same kind of performance. Russell do kind of make the decision for himself, so it could have been. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in future. Verstappen actually won this one, though, for in-game. And in reality, but we're focusing on the game right now. Feel free to discuss Formula 1, though. It's fun. No real changes to anything here. Sainz is still leading this championship with 4 wins, 7 podiums. Pretty impressive. And Constructors, we also have no changes, so that is good. To be fair, though, the Haas making it to the end was probably a good call. I think most others didn't have any problems with that, so would probably have been okay making the taking the initiative like that. Construction complete. Race sim, good. Let us get the race sim upgraded to 2, which is the limit for this playthrough. I'm not going to be upgrading any of the facilities except for one, and that is the weather center, because I just can't take the frustration of, you know, guessing what tire to use. But other than that, all the facilities are going to be level 2 maximum. So you have a couple of development points. Let's put them into braking. With that, I think we can move on to Baku. Gasly and Verstappen struggling? Yeah. Forward confidence, good. Car development is looking really good. 7th in low medium speed, 9th speed. 9th in high speed. Still need a little bit more cornering and acceleration, and then we can start to have a bit more fun. Underfloor. Yes, that's actually good that you're telling me, because I rushed the 2 underfloors earlier. So I need to make 2 more in case we have accidents. We're probably going to lose 1 during practice. Doing? Were you at the race, Loft? Race prep for Baku. Qualifying. At Scablone, you know, getting into Q3 again. We have been having a good run there. Let's not go for fastest lap. It's gonna require sacrifice. Let's head to Baku.
Hello from...
The Mercedes is pulling the DRS trick, DRSing off each other. That would actually be kind of amazing to witness, honestly. Well, not just the Mercs, basically any team just DRSing off, the team is DRSing off each other to catch up to cars in front. That would be interesting to watch for sure. Let us have a quick look on the cheat sheet for setups. And let's get ready for Baku. Again, this is probably also going to be one where we will suffer a bit. Mainly due to, again, the AI having fresh engines again. But by the time we get our next upgrade, they are going to be suffering again, kinda. That's going to put us into a good position to potentially steal some points again, which would be pretty amazing. There we are. Both cars set up with bad pieces of gear. Let's get through the first practice. AlphaTauri are rubbish and debris making rookie mistakes. To be fair though, the man won ages ago. Like he's 27 before he got his chance to do F1, so he is technically an F1 rookie, like Thomas is saying. But yeah, it is rough. That would be kind of funny. You had your rookie season. It was one race with Williams. No, you had your rookie debut with Williams. Honestly, that would be funny if they viewed it like that. And Max could have held up Max or Verstappen. Yeah, probably. Would seem like Schumacher has had a bit of an oopsie and damaged his chassis. We can live with that. Honestly, I'm kind of in the mindset that Red Bull is most likely just going to want to most races this season. So I'm just interested in watching the fight for third in the race and second, third in the constructor mainly. But if the other teams actually catch up to Red Bull, that would be amazing. The more people fighting for victory, the better. The more entertaining. This should be good. Press needs to be consistent, yeah. To be fair though, I'm pretty sure that Red Bull has been making their car for Verstappen. He is like a once in a generation talent that kind of makes it... It makes it understandable, but it's always going to be a struggle to be the driver next to him, because the team is mainly going to be focused on him. It's just how things are going to be. Let's just get the gearboxes used here for both cars, so that we can buy new ones if we need to. That should be good. It's the same in the game. To be fair, Mick just broke a chassis this time. He has yet to crash in race. Magnus has already trashed his car twice in the same race, so technically Magnussen is costing me more right now. Although that would be a fun thing to add to the next game. What was it called? Like Demolition Championship? Who has done the most damage in terms of parts? That would be a fun little thing to add. Honestly, it would just be flavor for the most part, but again, it would just be a fun little side statistic. Even if they use standardized, like just part damage. That would also be a funny, like, hidden stat a driver could have. How likely it is that if they crash, it's gonna be like a devastating high cost crash. Leclerc always, like, if Leclerc isn't unlucky, Ferrari will make him unlucky. And why Ricciardo was a great option, yeah. Schumacher got held up a bit. I don't know if Magnussen got a good tow or Schumacher got held up. We'll have to see. But yeah, I would love it as if you had Destruction Derby as a stat. Verstappen a full second quicker. Yeah, to be fair, after 3 races last year, the Ferrari fans were ready to celebrate victory. So, it's gonna be interesting for sure. Let's see, do we think Schumacher is gonna need another run? You know, we're gonna gamble again. We're gonna use the old tires. And we're gonna give Schumacher another run here, just to see if it actually helps out. If he can improve. But I think Magnussen's safe, he's up in 7th. This is also one of the longest in terms of lap time tracks, aside from Belgium. Or Spa. A big oof for Ferrari. Ferrari is Ferrari, and it's kind of sad that they've become like a negatively owned meme. Ferrari is still kind of struggling with the fact that the car eats tires, unfortunately. If they can fix that, I think they would be much more competitive. Yeah, I might have clicked a bit too quickly there. We'll do the first one with scrubs, like we usually do, and then we'll do the second one on fresh.
Radio check, Nick.
But yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing at least a few more races, like around Monaco maybe. We'll see how things actually shaping up. But honestly, if Merc gets the car functioning and become competitive again, that would actually be great. To be fair, in F1 Manager, the AI is just too rigid in terms of rules. Like, they have specific sets of rules that they'll do every time. They don't have any flexibility, unfortunately. Or I should just give up on this season. They could. Oh, Bottas has crashed, I think. Or did he just run out of fuel? No, he actually crashed.
Now let's watch this. The Alfa Romeo involved in this one.
Okay, he Speaking of Leclerc, Bottas just pulled a Leclerc. The good old I am stupid. Honestly, it would be great if these games were kind of not even biannual. Just make one game that you update with a moderately priced season pass, basically. And every time there's a huge regulation change, you make a new game to reflect that, because a lot of changes is going to happen. But that's what the gamers want. Let's face it, what the corporations want is money, and that doesn't make money. It's unfortunately how the world works. Honestly, if they were working on this game and released consistent patches, yeah, I wouldn't mind if they released like a new, fully revamped game until 2026. He crashed so bad the camera turned away. Yeah, camera just felt like oof. But yeah, Blasted, I might just be hoping for a bit too much. But having the games release like with every big regulation change and have updates all the way between would be amazing. Because let's face it, graphically, this game is beautiful. It just needs to be a bit more immersive. Get some of the things that are missing into the game, like mechanical failures, some more randomized, well, not really randomized, stats for different parts, engine manufacturing, basically things that make you a bit more immersive, make the game a bit more interesting and fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they are actually able to implement something like that for the next game. Personally. That's going to be what I'm mainly going to be judging that game on.
Radio check.
Radio is good.
Yeah. Honestly, again, it's going to be one of those things, Thomas, that I'm going to be looking at when the next game come out, just to see if they fix some of the glaringly stupid choices of the AI. They are taking the FIFA approach, yeah, and that's kind of also what worries me. That's why I want to see if the game that comes out this year is actually an improvement or not, or if it's just the same game. A couple of, you know, light fixes. Make it more comfortable. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how things turn out. I think we are sacrificing new setups off here. Yeah, that's the thing. The annual coffee pass approach is just too profitable. But to be fair, there's a lot of, for those of you who know Paradox, they probably make more of their game than the makers of this game do, just because they release so many DLC for each game. Don't worry, they're going to release another Reddit post 2 months in that, we're done, we're going to focus on next year's game. And then we're all going to yell at them, way about pitchforks. Improve the time, but didn't improve the position, but 6 is still okay for Magnussen here. That's not a bad result. Yeah, I'll be probably judging the game that comes out next a bit harshly, potentially. But yeah, as I said, this game is beautiful in terms of graphics. It just needs a bit more immersion and a bit more features, basically. Let's see, in terms of race report here. The softs are a lot quicker, but they wear off really, well, not super quick. 400s. Uh, 6/10. 15 laps? Softs are actually quite competitive here then. And it's the same for to medium, so we kind of want to try and use the softer compounds here. The Australian rules football. Like EU4 came out in 2014. I played it a lot back in the day when it first came out. Honestly, Blaster, having a database editor would be sweet. It would make modding a lot easier too. Can we make a funny strategy here? So, Schumacher, how many fresh softs do you have? You have 2. Let's make a funny strategy. We're not going to be so funny that we use wets. That's just not happening. Let's see, how would this look? It's supposedly 19 seconds quicker than this one. We can try this. The funny strategy. I think it's soft, medium, soft. Yeah, EU4 came out in 2013. That game is still regularly updated, honestly. So they do update it, release a lot of packs. They were recently priced at first, I feel like, but lately they've just almost become the price of the AAA games. I don't think I've bought something for a few years now, which is sad because it used to be good. It used to be nice to see them work on their games for more than just immediately. Big patch coming up? I might have to download it and have a look again. A harder game? Yeah. Again, it would be nice to just have a difficulty slider, even if it means allowing the AI to cheat a bit. Now for Magnussen here, I think we're going to do something a bit funnier. He doesn't have 2 sets of fresh, so it's going to be a bit rougher, but I think we can try this. Start on mediums, hold on to the cars in front, and work from there. I think this is okay. See if we get some overtakes done from the get-go for Schumacher at least. And yeah, I'm thinking this looks good.
As the sun...
If I was good at modding, I'd probably try and make an overhaul mod for this game. It's that much fun.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
So yeah, Magnussen in 6th. We have Schumacher in 13th. Can we get any moves done? Magnussen was fighting Hamilton there for a second. And probably is going to get him into this first corner, I think. That's good. They're going to get another car? Nah.
Haas with an overtake.
Yeah, I think so too. What I'd like to see though is...
Now just focus on
I don't remember what game I played. If it was Motorsport Manager. But it had like challenges where you could start in certain scenarios to make things more interesting. But yeah, just having a difficulty slider would be neat. It would make it a lot more fun. Schumacher also making his place, very nice. Hi Alan. Welcome. Schumacher gonna make another spot up here? Yeah. Do it to him. Good job. For now though, I think Magnussen, we can just leave him as is. He's doing a good job. Schumacher is also making a good job. He now has the Alpines in front of him.
Is that a new race position for Haas? We can take a look.
I think we
now.
saw this, but I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, it's the one he made on Norris. New Floor is doing great. We did P4 and P6 in Spain. Basically, a challenges would be like scenarios like I don't remember what the game was called. I think it might have been Motorsport Manager, but I think it was a different racing game. But basically, they would put you into historical situations and like trying to have you salvage, basically turn around history to some degree. And it was racing in situations too, so it was kind of interesting. The old F1 Manager? I never played that one, honestly. When I was younger, I played the like rally racing games mostly, and then I got into F1 as I got older. I think we can speed things up here. Seems like we're doing good. Honestly, if we can keep hold to the Red Bulls and the Ferraris until DRS and leave Hamilton behind, I'm gonna be incredibly happy. To the end of the drive on freeway. Competitive crash, okay.
VS.
VSC. Let's get some... I don't think we can harvest because they'll just drop back a bit too far. Can go balanced on fuel though.
I think that was a crash.
To know that's
Here's
crashed.
the replay. Now look at this. It was the Alpha Tauri driver involved.
Could be some damage to a rear wing there, but I think he's fine. I would assume so at least. Looks like he's okay. I actually played, streamed with McLaren, and we almost won the first season there. We almost had a fairy tale happening. So you can definitely win races during your first season with McLaren. The main things you want to focus on are your underfloor and your front and rear wing, and that'll help boost your car quite a bit.
DRS enabled.
Okay, so as it looks, that virtual safety car has put us outside of DRS, which sucks. So let's see if we can close down those 4 tents and get stuck to Paris again, which would be nice. It's going to be kind of a touch and go. I don't think that's the last we've seen of that banana peel, to be fair. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to be able to catch up there, simply due to
I think there's been a lockup.
Sainz pulling Paris along. Latifi with a lockup. I think that's the first Latifi message we've seen this season. Come on, Magnussen, you can do it. I believe. Another thing that you might want to try and focus on, Alan, is that when you make pieces, you use intents to sign. And the way intents to sign works is that it'll give you a boost to the next part you make. That is the same. So if you use intents on underfloor, the next underfloor you make is going to be a lot better. So just keep that in mind. It's going to probably help you out a ton. Let's tune down the tire usage. I think we're looking good. I have not poached any staff members. It's also part of the challenge that I'm doing right now to make it a bit more challenging. I'm not touching staff. I'm only allowed to touch staff at the end of the year on free transfers. Okay, so Magnussen can't actually keep up with the cars in front unless we sacrifice everything. Banana peel is back.
And DRS is now disabled.
Is it Stroll?
Disabled.
No, Alonso?
There's been a crash. Sounds like a single car. Let's see what happened there. Okay, so there we have the LP.
The same banana peel? Yep. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do much here. We're going to have to stick it to neutral for now. We are still lacking quite a lot in race pace against the top 4. They have about a second on us. So, unfortunately, that is too much for us to keep on holding on to it. So, we're going to have Magnussen run his own thing in 5th.
DRS is enabled. DRS enabled.
And push a bit fuel now. Can also harvest a little bit, get it up to about 50.
Charge on.
The comical crashes? Yeah, unfortunately, I think they only... That's also something that I feel is a bit of a waste. They only have preset crash animations for the most part, so all the crashes will be the same in the long run. Like, they have put down a marker that incident can happen here. Incident can happen... Let's see, where is the other? Here? So, unfortunately, we get a lot of the same crashes, which breaks immersion a bit, so I am hoping in future that they'll make some changes to that. It would be nice. Yeah, they're also on the soft tires, so they can't have a tire advantage at this stage in the race. You might think so, Razak, that it's a Mario Kart mod, but sadly, it's just a game as is. Alan, what race are you in? Because the AI in this game will burn their engines down, and your engines actually have quite a lot of say in terms of your race pace and your lap times. So if they if you take advantage and put a fresh engine in when they use bad engines, you can potentially snatch wins that you shouldn't be able to. Oh yeah, there we go.
Okay, understood.
I don't know what to say. I'm very sorry about that.
Okay, Nick, are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Razak, did you blue shell Mick? Why would you blue shell the man in tent? Let's have a quick look here on what we're looking at in terms of damage. So he almost broke a tire. Minor damage to chassis and suspension. Okay. I don't remember if the engine was fresh, but I don't think so. So it's not the worst crash ever. Not a real mech crash, so to speak. But we are gonna have to box him here to fix at least the front wing, unless it's actually game over for him. Probably gonna go hard, and then we'll go medium or soft to the end. I don't think we have much of a choice here. Schumacher is the one that crashed, my man.
It's a crash! Let's take a look at the replay. Now just focus on the Haas.
Yeah, Schumacher is, I think, equal now with Magnussen, because Magnussen, when he crashed, he destroyed a gearbox. Let's see if it gets moving again, or if it's game over for him.
Let's have a look. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Almost took the Alpha with him too. It is back to moving, so we'll see if we can make anything happen here. It's just a yellow.
We've had a crash.
Sainz crash too?
Let's take a closer look. Okay, here's the Ferrari. Thank goodness nobody else was involved.
I love that you just
Was a
see
big crash.
some, you know, pieces of car come flying. It looks like Sainz okay too. That's interesting. Honestly, I would see if like having a 1 second slower pit crew. Because honestly, the front and the rear jacks is the main thing, I believe. I don't remember. I tested this ages ago. So by forcing them to be limited, I can't speed up certain aspects to get the times down. So it's just one of those little things that maybe doesn't make it a lot harder, but has some small impact in a race. So it's not like a major thing. It's just one of those minor things that I thought that, this might make it a bit more challenging. So it's nothing serious. It's just one of those little things that I added to see if it had some sort of impact. Like, so far we've seen that most of the pit stops that we've had have been like 3 seconds. Retire mix, save the car. I'm gonna have a quick look here on his lap times, because he has minor damage to chassis and suspension, so we might just retire him to make our life a bit easier. But we'll see. So far, Magnussen is doing okay too. It would potentially be better, but here's the thing. We've already taken penalties with Mick. He already has extra pieces lying around. He took penalties at Monaco because he had the 14th. The Renault engine, I believe, is the worst engine. Unfortunately, Alan, so you're already nerfed there. I had a video on like how much the engine matters. It's it's not a lot, but it does have an impact. Behind Gotifi, the thing is, Gotifi crashed too. But I think if Mick can overtake Gotifi and get some proper lap times in it, we might be able to do some cheeky stuff. But if he's already struggling with Gotifi, we might just go ahead and retire him early. Oh, never mind. We had another crash. This is actually a safety car, but unfortunately, we already crossed the pit exit line. Well, the pit entry line, more like it, and Schumacher has overtaken Latifi. Full safety car. You can't choose your engine at the start, Alan. They force you to use whatever they used last
Safety
season.
car.
Okay, who crashed?
Sounds like like there's been a
Alonso,
crash. Here's
again.
the replay. Okay, so there we have the Alpine.
I don't know. I should probably check. Oh, okay.
Oh, a nasty crash there.
That is kind of red flag territory, honestly. Yeah, I think if it happened in reality.
And the team had such high hopes.
Yeah, Alan, you'll be able to choose a new engine next season. My settings. Moderate DRS, greater impact from slipstreams and dirty air. So like the updated one. I'm pretty sure I checked this. I just want to be sure. So moderate DRS, greater impact from slipstreams. The new updated one that was supposed to make it a bit more fair. Could run Schumacher on conserve and see if he lasts to the end of the race. Put him on light for a few laps. We could box Magnussen, honestly. Yeah, we should probably box him. I don't know how we're looking in cars around us. Verstappen, Leclerc. Boxing him is probably the right choice, and we'll just get him on another set of mediums. I think we could also go soft, and just go all in. But we'll probably box Magnussen, yeah. Strong DRS 2 OP. Honestly, I haven't really tested its new DRS system with stronger slipstreams in dirty air. So, I want to test this first, and then maybe I'll go back and have a look. We'll go medium here for Magnussen, and then we'll do the last stint on soft, I think. It's either that or we slap on hards, because he doesn't have some extra softs. What we could do here for Schumacher too is just run him normal, then run softs towards the end, do a gamble. Because I think we are going to have more safety cars. We've had, what, 5 crashes in 16 laps? So I would assume we're going to get more. So you're taking advantage of the game to help you out there. That's fair. We could gamble on Schumacher running to the end, getting a safety car. I think we are. Alonso is out, so Magnussen we're gonna get our new fresh pair of mediums here. And the safety car is here, so we can actually kind of push this lap too.
Okay, back off.
Copy.
So we'll do just that. Only position to lose to Latifi, yeah. Magnussen does have a damaged car though, so there's also limits to what he can do. When we do pit now, we're going to come out probably between Russell and Rick. That isn't super bad, honestly. It's acceptable. Maybe we even sneak out before Rick? Yeah, we did. As you can see, 3.7 seconds almost stop time. So, by doing this, we might be able to pull something off. Get some harvesting done. We'll wait for Mick until he catches up to the safety car. The rest here ahead of us, I believe, are all on. Paris is going to go hard to the end. But the other cars there are going to pit for possibly a 2-stopper. Try to get Mick and go TV. I don't think it's going to be that hard. Honestly, if you take full advantage of what the game has to offer. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is going to be interesting now if we can take advantage, because if we pitted early, if the 5 cars except for Paris ahead of us also pit for hards, we could do some soft magic towards the end. I made a video, Alan, a long time ago, where I tested all the different engines against each other. So the Red Bull engine is the fastest, for sure. And honestly, there's not too much of a difference between them in terms of degradation either. So if you purely want to have a speedy engine, I'd advise you go for the Red Bull one, and it will give you a little bit of an advantage for sure. So yeah, as I told you earlier, the reason why I've done force the pit crew to be balanced is to force them to be a little bit slower. A little bit of a demerit during the race.
Safety car in this lap.
Let's get in this lap, so we can push fuel for sure. Let's go overtake here, see if we can get Paris since he's on hards and we're on fresh mediums. And I guess we also allow Mick here to not defend. We don't need to defend against Latifi. That would be overkill.
Okay, perfect, Nick. Let's get back up to pace.
Yeah, copy.
To be fair though, isn't it like just 5 million? The difference between Renault and Red Bull? Or am I misremembering that it's 10 million? I might go for the Renault engine, Poco, just to give myself a bit more of a challenge. Slow me down a bit more. I'll see where we end up at the end of the season.
An excellent move by Haas to
Oh,
gain a few
Magnussen has
places.
gained 2 positions.
Take a look now.
Good restart.
All eyes on
Although it did
Kevin
look like
Magnussen.
he clipped Paris there for a second. Yeah, honestly, 5 million, I'd take the Red Bull above.
Positions.
Because I think it doesn't even matter for your, what's it called, budget cap either. It's kind of a no-brainer for me to just go for Red Bull once.
Haas with an overtake there.
Okay, I forgot to touch the ERS back to neutral. I was too busy looking at chat, my bad. But Magnussen did get Gasly. Let's see if he can keep that spot.
We've got no ERS.
Copy.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, honestly, it's hard to win the first season, but once you get into the game, it's going to be a lot easier, Alan. The more you learn, the easier it's going to be. Yeah, I agree. Of the more difficult car does make it a bit more challenging, but again, most teams kind of function the same, unfortunately. Looking good though so far for Magnussen here. You just drive freeway. I think we're gonna have to probably harvest a little bit more. I would love it if they had like a create your own team feature for the next game. That and a database editor would be beautiful. Gasly is kind of getting left behind, just barely, which is good. Mick has made up a couple of places. Nice to see. We do have a lot of extra fuel here that we can use. Yeah, in terms of starting a new career, if you haven't played either Alpine or Aston, I'd probably say Aston, and just see if you can mimic their rise from 22 to 23. Mark and Ricardo, free agents, doing. Honestly, I like the idea to just pick up talents. And then we have
DRS
Verstappen
enabled.
pitting a couple of laps after the safety car. And a bunch of them do. So that's a bit sad. That is infinitely sad. And what we're going to see it probably is Leclerc pitting next lap. So if we had Magnussen on hard tires, we probably would be in a good spot. So that's my bad. Mick now up into the points. So this could be an interesting one to pull in next 30 laps here. I'll have to see if we get more safety cars. Yeah, there we go. Leclerc pitted. Down to 13th behind the Williams. Make up into 8th.
Is that a new
Magnussen
race
is still
position for
slower
Haas?
than the Red Bulls by a decent amount, unfortunately. Alonso is out. He's not pitting, so no, that's pitting. So yeah, this does create some interesting stuff. I guess probably going to stay out to the end. But we are going to have to pit Magnussen again, so we'll see what happens there. If we can create a big enough gap or make something happen with the softs at the end. Stop the count. Duan is amazing. Amazing talent in this game. Magnussen is P1, but again, he's on the medium, so he's going to have to pit again. It'll depend on how much of a gap we can make on these mediums, though. As long as Russell is being DRS'd by Sainz, though, it's going to be looking grim for the podium chances. I am going to be using a bit extra fuel here just to lighten this car a bit. But we are currently faster on pace than Paris, for instance. Even if we go conservative, it won't last to the end. We're going to need some crashes to make that happen. And by that, I don't mean to allow Magnussen to crash. At this pace, if we keep it up for until the lap where we expected to pit, we will have enough of a gap that will come out behind Russell. Potentially. Leclerc has overtaken Schumacher though, so he is suffering quite a bit there on those with those light damages of his. Yeah, Magd was just like, first one crash wasn't enough for you, here's another one. There we go, Paris has finally sped up a bit. Now that our mediums are losing out a bit. But this is actually good for us, because I would assume Paris is quicker than a lot of the cars around us. So if he DRSs us along...
DRS is now disabled.
Never
DRS
mind.
Disabled.
Let's go on the softs. And we'll push everything we have to the pit lane. Yeah, softs might get P5. Pano Pogmere. Hard tires with I don't think we're going hard tires with 20, not even 20. It'll be
Safety car.
17 laps to go here. We might slid out between Bottas and Show if we're lucky.
There's been a crash.
Norris with a
Let's see what
crash.
happened there. Now just take a look at the McLaren.
Mediums best bet. Here's the thing though, we don't have any more mediums for Magnussen. He's used all of his mediums. We do have fresh softs though. That's why we're doing that. Schumacher though. We could pit him too. He'll be coming out probably... I guess Rick is being held up. He'll come out further back. But there'll be a lot of people on older hards. So going softs and gambling, I'm all for it. Honestly. So let's push to the pit lane and see where we end up here. So yeah, Norris is out. Yeah, we're gonna go full on gamble. Softs for both. Let's see here when Magnussen comes out. I'm probably a bit too optimistic here. Might get out ahead of Joe. Yeah, just behind Bottas. Unfortunately there. If we had better pit stops, maybe 3.3 seconds there. But it's not the worst thing in the world. We'll see how this plays out. And Schumacher, can he beat Ricciardo? Yeah, he did. Out in 11, so we lost 3 places. I think that's acceptable. Magnussen versus Leclerc. Gonna be Bottas and Sainz I'm more concerned about. Personally. We'll see how long this safety car lasts. So, tire-wise... Okay,
Safety car is in
they
this
not last
lap.
long at all.
Copy.
tire-wise, we're looking at a pretty significant advantage, like over a second, purely on tires. So, personally, terrible driver run. The thing is, I think a 40 average drive versus a 90 average is close to 3 seconds a lap. So, can imagine how bad it is from that alone. Yeah. It should barely survive, as you can see. Barely survive. Yeah. We might have to tune it down towards the end if we can't get any overtakes done. So, we'll see.
Charge off. Copy that.
We'll see if this gamble of ours pays off. It'll be 16 laps, yeah.
The safety car has left the front of the pack.
Copy that.
It would be, as I said, 3 seconds a difference from a 90 average driver. So I'm not kidding in terms of lap times. You'd be annoyed at how little they get out of the car. Okay, let's see if we actually get some back out of these tires. Schumacher behind Verstappen. Okay, he has a tough ask. See if we can get up to speed, get something done here. I might, or you know, we went a little bit too hard in on the soft tires. I think it's gonna depend on how quickly we get past the cars in front. I wish I could just tell my drivers rather than use ERS overtake, do some risky overtakes. I was a bit late there on the button. But yeah, we are going to micromanage. Probably Magnussen a bit here, see if we can get into podium position. The main problem that we have is that the ERS runs out fairly quick. So what I'm thinking is that we're gonna here mostly the L, try and overtake cars 1 per lap, so we don't burn all the energy immediately. Okay, it looked like Mag was actually gonna send it there on the outside of the Ferrari, which would have been amazing. We have a yellow flag again. Is that another safety car? Gasly spun by looks of things.
It's a yellow on the pit.
Let's have a look. Now look at this. It's Pierre Gasly. They spun the car.
Luckily didn't take any of us out. I'll try and switch to Schumacher and see if we can do something with him too down the line. We are not going to be pitting. Contrary to popular belief, we do not want to do another pit stop. Might get it here. Took out a Ferrari. Nice, without using energy.
Okay, good job, that's 1.
Unfortunately, Alan, I had work as a teacher, so I don't really do any voice work, but if you got any for me, please let me know. It'll be fun to try.
For Haas?
Yeah, I don't think we're getting that one. I was a bit optimistic on Russell there. I forgot about Schumacher, but he's actually made the move on Verstappen on his own.
Let's take a look at the replay. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
That looked a bit sketchy, but we'll take it. We do need to get Russell here. We'll probably get him with DRS, to be fair. Before Paris runs away and our tires start losing out. So we're going to sacrifice some fuel to try and achieve this. I think he'll take Russell, but the question is if he has enough pace to get Paris too before his soft start dropping off massively. Yeah, I think we'll get him with DRS here. Unless he blocks us in. Did Magnussen not get DRS?
DRS enabled.
Ah, yeah, DRS
enabled.
enables this lap. My bad. Leclerc with fastest lap, though, is kind of a scary prospect behind us. Yeah, we're getting DRS now. We should be anyways, and there we go. Now it's just chasing down Paris, and we'll see now that we've gotten past Russell if we have enough to catch him.
Good job.
Haas have moved up the field.
Let's just push for now, see if we can get away from Russell and the Ferraris. I'm glad you like my voice, Alan. We are gaining on Paris, we're also leaving Russell behind here, so this gamble might actually pay off. We might need to tune our tires down a bit at one stage too. Double podium? Well, Schumacher is making work down here. He's gotten Hamilton, Vettel, Verstappen. So he's already made up the places that we kind of pitted him for. It's going to be interesting to see if he can make something work with that damaged car of his. I think we should get into DRS area, even if we tune down fuel usage. Yeah, I think you're right there, Poke, that we need to tune down Magnussen's tire usage to be safe. So we'll chill, even if we just stay behind Perez for 5-6 laps, even longer. As long as Russell don't catch us, we'll be fine. Honestly. Well, I was scared there because in my head I saw Magnussen just plowing through the car in front. So let's take it a bit easy and work from there. Hello, Jeff. My top 5 young drivers. I don't have. I haven't tried too many of them, but I like Piastri. I like Pocher. I like Behrman. Hauger is not super great, but he's decent. Basically, the best young drivers are going to be the ones that have the highest growth potential. And there's probably a list somewhere where you can check that out. So, I'm a bit unsure at the moment. I'll have to see what we do with Mick, though. Honestly, for now, I can just micromanage Mick a little bit while... as long as this gap remains DRS less, I'll be happy. So we'll micromanage Mick a bit, see if we can get him up into maybe behind the Ferraris. Would be amazing. And we'll see how this goes. It's still 13 laps to go, including this one. So we could still make a number out of it. But yeah, the time difference here is kind of just increasing, so we're looking good. Need to remember that fresh Haas versus fresh softs will have about 1.2 seconds difference. And it'll be changing by about 1/10 every lap. So you have an advantage for 12 laps over Haas, and these are old Haas, so technically we should have tire advantage to the end of the race. Unfortunately not quick enough with the DRS here. Vettel is actually pitting.
Nice work, Kev.
Magnussen overtook Perez on with the help of DRS, so honestly if he changed DRS with Perez to the end, I can be happy with that. I think what we are going to do here with Mick is, if he can't get the overtake, yeah, we're going to try and have him do it in the L with energy. But yeah, the gap between Magnussen and Perez is just increasing, as you can see. So as long as we take care of the tires to the end, we can get an overtake during the last couple of laps and then just pull away. Let's see if we can harvest some energy too.
Charge on.
Without losing the gap. I forgot about you, Schumacher. I'm so sorry. I'm throwing away your chances of a podium too. But yeah, if we get show and can catch up to Russell, or the DRS train with Russell here, we might actually be able to make something work. Let's try here. Looks good.
Great job on that.
So yeah, Magnussen is still keeping up, which is good to see. Even while charging
With an overtake.
ERS and fuel. We're gonna burn a little bit of Schumacher's fuel here and try and catch up to Bottas, Leclerc, Sainz.
Coast.
But we're gonna have to be careful if we do actually end up in the fight there that we don't pull them up to Magnussen and Paris. I'm not a bandwagon.
Good job.
I don't think anyone who's an Arsenal fan is ever gonna be, you know, people are gonna be like, no, you're just a
Just keep
bandwagoner.
concentrating.
So don't worry, man. Be proud of it.
Red Bull gained a place.
Mick is unfortunately a bit slower than Russell, which is understandable. Yeah. We are gonna have to sacrifice some tire usage here if we're gonna catch up, I think. We'll have to see. Give it one more lap and have a look. The old tires. You can see most of them are on Haas, and Sainz is even on old Haas, 53, 78, so we still have tire advantage. For sure. I'll forever be a Williams fan. Hopefully Williams kind of get back. Mick is catching up. Good. This is what we like to see. We have plenty of time to work on 11 laps. So technically we might need to chill a little bit on the tires, but I think we're okay. I think we'll catch up even without ERSing. Once we're in the DRS train, we're going to charge the ERS for a couple of laps, I think. That way we will have something to work with. Come on. You're so close. Unfortunately, we're not getting into this DRS train, but next lap I think we'll be there.
So overtake is available if you need it.
Copy that.
Get the fuel
Charge
back onto
off.
positive, and then we can try and run away from Paris. Magnussen should be fine, yeah. The reason why I want to manage Magnussen's fuel is just that we can make sure that when we break away from Perez, that we can cleanly break away, that he can't DRS off us to keep himself in the fight. So that's why I'm trying to conserve a little bit here. As long as we just keep up with DRS and don't waste tires, don't waste fuel, we'll be Gucci. And Mick has now caught up to the DRS train in front. So we're going to do the same with him. We're going to
Do some lift and coast. And then
conserve
focus
a
on
little
apex.
bit here. Get a bit of energy and then work our way up. For a lap or
Okay,
two.
more lift and coast, please.
Copy.
Honestly, the softs will probably still degrade quicker. Let's see. Gonna have to put you to balance this so you don't actually get left behind. The softs will probably still degrade quicker, but that's also why we are playing careful here with Magnussen. We don't want to overtake Perez too early and then have a situation where he can just easily catch up to us. So I'm playing it a bit careful, a bit patient to some degree, but I don't really have too much of a choice in that matter.
No more lift and coast.
Copy.
And I think we might have to start making moves here with Schumacher, try and get him up to... because there is 3 cars ahead of him in this DRS train. Let's start making moves for Schumacher.
Copy.
Let's
We
just put our
could
head
probably have
down.
Magnussen just make the move here, put him to standard, see if he runs away from Perez
If you've
before
got
the next
some margin,
DRS
try to increase the
zone.
pace a little bit.
Copy that.
It might be a bit too soon, but
Good job, Kev.
we'll see if we can make this happen.
Mode push.
Copy that.
And judging by this, I think it's doable. Yep, we're already there. Now he just needs to get a couple of seconds and then we'll cool down his tires a bit. For now, let's focus on Schumacher. Still has 2 cars ahead of him.
Okay, good job. You'll get back on it. Your pace was excellent.
At this rate, getting those 8 seconds on Paris, though, that might be too much. But we might get double podium at least. Well, 1-3. Yeah, the thing is for now though, I just want to get Paris safely out of the DRS zone. So we'll tune him down to light once he crosses, and we'll see if it's still 2 seconds the next lap. There we go. 1.9 basically. Fuel is potentially also a slight concern, but I think we'll be fine. So we're going to try and have Mick overtake Leclerc again in the L. It's just the most energy efficient way of overtaking on Baku, honestly. Oh.
Okay, Mick, we need to save some fuel because we're not going to finish.
Hopefully this will fix itself over the next, 8 laps, so we won't be too worried there. Magnussen is still gaining, so we can leave him as be. He's already gained half a second, almost halfway through the lap, so we can be very happy with how he's doing things. A bit too far back to actually try and overtake. But we have 8 laps to play on, so I'm not too worried. The thing that would be actually sad now is if we actually end up with a safety car. That would make me cry. How are the tires looking? So we're getting about the same durability numbers now. But I think we still probably have a small tire advantage. You can see. So I wouldn't be too concerned still. Like Magnus is doing 48.9s without a tow. The problem is Schumacher does have some slight damage to his car. That is probably causing him some pain. We could conserve, but I think light is fine. The gap he gained should be enough to win. That's a bit too optimistic there. It looks like they were causing problems for each other. As long as he keeps on increasing the gap, I'm happy with it. Like, it's 6 laps to go. We put those 7 laps to go. We put on these tires with 16 to go. So he still has plenty of tire usage to go before he hits that 40%. Russell and Leclerc is just running side by side, and that makes our chances of overtaking basically null. As long as you can see, this should still be perfectly okay. And as long as he keeps on gaining on Perez too, we'll be fine. That's what I'm thinking. Excuse me. We are kind of slowly running out of time for Mick, but we'll see if we can make something happen soon. In terms of lap times, Magnus is still running 48.9s. Perez is a second slower. Tires are also slightly overheating. Schumacher is fairly safe to Verstappen right now, so I wouldn't be too worried. Problem is we don't really have a super good DRS either. Like the other cars are faster than us under DRS for the most part. If we get some stretch in this DRS field, that would actually be beautiful. The thing is, again, Mick is doing 1.3 seconds slower laps than Magnussen. 1.5 seconds, mainly because he's stuck behind other cars. This will not work. Too far back. So honestly, I think we just conserve for a little bit longer. See if we can maintain
Okay, back off.
our gap with Leclerc. And then we're just gonna have to go
Okay, charge
full
on,
send it.
charge on.
He's actually falling back. Incredibly so.
Need to charge off.
Yeah, that was my bad. I shouldn't have done that. Now we're a sitting duck.
Okay, we need to save some fuel.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the damage to Schumacher's
Mick,
car, the
let's just
fact
put
that
our
he
head
has
down.
worse stats than Magnussen is probably hampering him quite a bit, unfortunately. So yeah, I was trying to play it a bit too clever, and it backfired. It looks good for Magnussen so far, so we can't be too sad. See what it is. This 51, yeah. So he is falling behind, fortunately. I just added another roadblock in the way of trying to get it back up.
Red Bull moved up.
Thinking we go aggressive on the tires once there's a couple of laps left, and then we'll see what we can do. But yeah, it was my bad for doing all three at once. Should just done one or two. Is it just me, or does Paris feel like he's driving slow? Paris has got a fully electric car. Today's race was eventful, to say the least, Alan. Yeah, I gave Verstappen the chance to attack, so this is on me. Sainz is getting shittier tires out front, so we'll have to see. We probably will be able to attack him down the line.
5 laps
But
remaining.
honestly, if Mick didn't have damage, I'd be happy. I guess, Thomas, eventful is potentially the wrong way to describe it. Yeah, Magnus is still running away. The tires will last to the end. Shouldn't be an issue. We can deploy ERS if we get in trouble.
Because we're not going to finish.
Okay, copy.
But yeah, we are, as you can see, Mick is lacking pace now compared to the cars in front. Well, at least Magnus is getting a bandage here. Well, he's winning this one. Hopefully it makes him feel a bit better. Honestly, I think if Mick didn't have damage on the car, things could have been a lot more different. Try with the little ERS we have up here. I think we're just slightly too far back to make something out of it. Yeah. A couple more laps and then we'll just go attack to the end. Well, aggressive, then attack. But I did give away that 6th place, unfortunately. Magnussen is still gaining 49
4
force now.
laps remaining.
50.1 for the rest. 49.8 for Schumacher. Russell has overtaken Sainz. And as you can see, Schumacher is actually getting left behind here. So at this stage, 50-60% mark, they're actually starting to become worse than old Haas. So the question now is, can we keep Hamilton at bay? Honestly. And we are still kind of struggling for fuel, honestly. We'll see what we do with that in that regards to that. Aggressive to tires. I don't think that lasts to the end if we go aggressive already. At this stage, I'm.
Okay to push.
I don't mind trying.
Copy.
See if we can make something happen here now with the ERS we have left. But yeah, Hamilton's catching up and the other ERS trainers too, so this could be kind of bad. Should probably have saved the tires a bit more, like we did for Magnussen, but again, the difference isn't huge, it's just 5%. Basically, a lap around this place. Magnussen almost a pit stop ahead of
3 laps
third.
remaining.
That is a bit surprising. Hamilton is just barely being held outside the DRS. Yeah, if I had been a bit more aggressive early on with tires, I think it would have been better. Like, just get him to the second place in DRS train, and then go conserve. That probably would have played out a bit better, but we've learned for the future. It's just that having a Ferrari, a Red Bull, basically ahead of you, DRS fighting each other is not the way to go. Honestly, Mick just doesn't have the same pace Magnussen does, due to driver stats for one, but also due to the fact that when he crashed earlier, he got minor damage in chassis and suspension. So nothing really happened to him, except for me making a stupid mistake, losing a place, but he hasn't really been able to, fight the 3 cars in front here, unfortunately. Probably should have worked him a bit further up the DRS train when the tires were still kind of fresh, so that's on me. But now though, we're just gonna try and salvage this into a 7th place for
remaining.
Mick.
Copy.
Maybe make a move, we'll have to see. Probably gonna go full aggressive on the final lap. Maybe even here. Did get kind of a run on the Red Bull. Hey, HPL? I don't actually know what defending Magnussen have. We'll check. But yeah, I can just hope it goes well at this stage. Magnussen's still doing good. Don't really have any concerns. 8 seconds ahead. Main concern is that Mick is kind of running low on fuel. At least 32 points, yeah. Magnussen has fastest lap too, which is beautiful. Magnussen could bin it. It wouldn't be above him. Let's be honest. I'm going to conserve a little bit here, just so that we're safe.
Copy.
I think we are safe, honestly, but look at that. Just a little bit of concern and we're almost out of DRS.
Fuel now.
Copy.
Hamilton's actually been behind for
Okay,
the last 5-ish laps.
Because we're not going to finish.
Copy.
So that isn't a big surprise that we have a Hamilton on approach. I just need to make sure Mick stays within DRS range and Hamilton shouldn't be a problem.
Starting final lap.
Yeah. We're getting closer now between Magnussen and Paris, but it's still 4/10 advantage. It's huge. Let's just go full on attack and
Let's catch him.
Copy.
a little bit of conserve. Is it enough? 2 kilograms of fuel? Let's hope so. Honestly, it would be nice to have a play it safe command, yeah. Could deploy it, yeah. But I'm thinking we deploy it on this section here before the final straight. Oh. Mick out here giving me a heart attack. Go on, send it. Do it. Do we have enough fuel to get to the finish line?
Haas with an overtake there.
We might be in trouble here. We are kind of skirting the line here. We don't have anything more to give. But Russell is out of DRS from the Ferrari, so yeah, might get P5.
Checkered flag.
Magnussen won.
You did an awesome job.
But yeah, unfortunately Mick had damage. If he didn't, we'd probably be in a lot better position. Look at the speed here. It's 0. It's all out. I think we just Mick. He ran out of fuel. Oh, he barely
Came
made
out of
it.
DRS.
Yeah, copy.
Checkered flag.
Technically, we should have been disqualified.
Yeah.
Technically.
That was great. Thank you.
Race complete.
Yeah, he made it across the
Over.
line, and he didn't lose out to Verstappen, amazingly enough. Oh, that was beautiful. I love that cars are just stopping like, you okay? But yeah, first victory with Haas.
A brilliant performance.
Unfortunately, 1 and 6, we ran out of fuel, so we couldn't get Russell. Oh, look how close Verstappen was too. That's gonna sting. Yeah, with this we got 34 points here, which is amazing. That is beautiful to watch. What's next? Canada? But yeah, Red Bull Paris second. Actually kind of nice to see. Ferraris. Alfa Romeo scoring too. Very good. The gap. Yeah. It's our plan. Magnussen moves up to 7th, basically doubling his points there. That's good to see. Very nice. In terms of constructors, that should put us up to 4th. Very nice. The 2-stop is so OP. Basically, we had a bit of luck here with safety cars for this race. But yeah, we did get fastest lap, almost 2.5 quicker than Paris' fastest. So we can be happy with this. But particularly on Baku, the softs are just so incredible because the 6/10 to the mediums and then another 6/10 to the hards. So they are incredibly overpowered if you can make them last. Mick had a kind of a weird race, but he did a lot of good things here, honestly. Exceptional performance from both of them. So yeah, we can be very, very happy with it. I'm glad that Magnussen still wants only 440,000 for winning a race. I can appreciate that. But yeah, we took advantage of safety cars and softs in Baku. And for the other race in Spain, where we did 4th and 6th, I believe. Sorry, Miami? One of them. Let's check the history. Can I check history? I can't check history, can I? Okay. We've had some interesting races, for sure. All the strategic information is up to date. Good. Ford congratulates us. Nice to see. Next race should be Canada, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then we get the next 2 upgrades too. It's going to be great. Unfortunately, we're getting the side pods on race day. Which is going to suck, because I don't think we can use them. Mexico changed strategy? Circuit section, yeah. It just tells you the winner, unfortunately. This is the first race we've won or been on the podium. I wanted to just check how we did, because I can't remember. But we can live with that. Let's give a point on braking here for Schumacher. See if we can get him level up a bit. Also want to go by the warehouse and have a look. Because we are starting to run out of certain pieces here. It has now demolished 2 chassis and a suspension, I think. I don't have the manufacturing capacity. Okay, so I need to demolish an underfloor. Oh no, we're making another one. That's how it works. So we haven't actually lost an underfloor yet. Previous race results. Let's check Miami. Oh yeah, there we go. 5th and 10th. And for Spain, 4th and 6th. Yes. Thank you, Poconaldo. Sorry. I should have checked better. Thank you for that. So we have had some good results so far. And we'll see if we can continue that now in Canada. Race sim has been updated. It's good. It's now level 2, which means we won't touch it no more. And as I said earlier, the only facility that I will allow to be upgraded past level 2 is the weather center, because I just find the weather to be wildly inaccurate to a ridiculous level. But again, that's a personal opinion. You might disagree with me, and that's fine. Get a couple more front wings in for now. Still have plenty of money because we're not upgrading stuff. Incidentally. That is good. Race prep. Qualifying, I think we'll make it into Q3 again. I'm being a bit conservative with these, to be fair. We could probably make a lot more money. But again, we aren't really pressed for money. So I am not too concerned. First season with Haas, you got 300 points. That's pretty good to start with. Yeah. I think we'll go past that. Once we get the next set of upgrades, we're gonna be pretty good. But it's gonna be a challenge for sure. Ferrari's almost there already. 300 points is very respectable. That's your first in a lower ranked team.
Formula One is back in Montreal. Let's hope it's not going to be Groundhog Day. The local rodents have disrupted more than one race day here in the...
Oh, we have another rainy race. This is going to be fun. It's going to rain during the Canada race. Yeah. We'll see how it goes, though, because we can't really predict the rain. So it might also screw us over immensely. let's set up the cars for practice. Use low condition parts for that. Canada should also be one of those races where the AI starts struggling from lower engines again. So that should also be good. We already won out one gearbox. See, I wanted to check his stats, but apparently I wasn't allowed to. But yeah, I don't think Magnussen is too bad during the wet either, so should be okay. Looks like we are good. Let's find the cheat sheet for the setups, and that'll make my life a bit easier. This one is luckily mainly just a little nudge in either direction, which is nice. Makes it a little bit easier. Honestly, I don't know how they're rating people, because let's face it, Alonso's proving that he still got it. And he was rated kind of weirdly in this game, to be honest. And I feel like historic drivers should have just like hidden stats to compensate and make them... Well, I'm calling Alonso historic. Basically, I want a hidden experience stat that actually has an effect. Like a young rookie, even if he has the same stats as an old wolf, shouldn't be able to perform identical. Yeah, Alonso should be a 90. I think someone actually released a patch. Well, not a patch, a mod. Where they slapped him into a higher rating, like 90. They updated the cast and everything for the 23 season. And they made them into higher ratings, which honestly I'm fine with. I might even give that mod a go later on. Honestly happy with most of this. Let's just sim the last practice too. Yeah, honestly, if they... I feel like they should just have released a... They should just release a database editor with the game. Because a lot of these games, manager games, simulation games like this, the more freedom you give to the people who play it, and especially the people who are really, really good at making mods, they can make or break a game because they just make it so more entertaining to play. And you get a lot of interesting storylines as a result too. So I've been tempted to try the 1990s mod too. But again, I don't have an extreme amount of free time currently, so I'll be streaming this weekend, trying to get some recording done next weekend. Sorry, not next weekend, next week. Maybe a little bit of streaming. And once I've wrapped up Aston, hopefully during next week, and then see how long the challenge games go, how many seasons we do. I'll probably fire up like some mods to spice things up if I don't end up playing another manager game. The mods don't work unless you use an older version. Okay. Well, I'm not super technical, but I think I can make it work, honestly, even if I have to go back to an older version of the game. It's just how things be.
Radio check, Mick.
I didn't even check what tires I sent them out on. This could be bad. Hopefully it's okay. But yeah, I just feel like games like this should just have at least a couple of people, a couple of people in the team just focus on making community tools. Because there's so many people who can make amazing mods and, you know, things like that to make the game more interesting. Let's have a quick look here. They're at 70. So yeah, a couple more races and they're really gonna start suffering. Alonso's at 65 and he's running 2 yellow pieces too. Those have an effect on your lap times. quite a massive effect, honestly. Leclerc and Sainz could start suffering that too pretty soon. Well, I don't know about Sainz, but Leclerc. Verstappen, same too. Once those pieces hit the yellow, that's when they start to massively lose performance. They need to have the AI switch them for practice and stuff like that. Just write a easy script. Well, I say easy, just a little script. Have we lost a set of softs due to using inters? Yes, we have. That's a bit sad. Yeah, I tested this too, Baku+Canada, back in November, October, when the game came out. And it's still quite a decent amount of lap times, like around half a second. It would be nice if the game gave you that information, yeah. But honestly, I think they don't, because it will make the game even easier. To the point where everyone will be able to massively abuse the AI for not changing their parts like they should. I think Schumacher's safe. Yeah, I don't think the Vettel... Well, not Vettel in particular, but the Astons, the Williams. I think maybe Hamilton, Russell, Show will get past him, but I don't think anyone else will, so we'll just speed things up. But yeah, it would be very, very nice. A good quality of life thing if you even just had an option that you could toggle that tells you that this part will inflict so-and-so in terms of average loss per lap. Honestly, they should just standardize a lap at, say, 1 minute 20. And just saying that over a 1 minute 20 lap, you will lose, say, 4/10 by using this part. So you have a source of reference, because the lap around, what's the shortest lap? Austria? The lap around Austria versus Belgium is an extra 30 seconds. So depending on your comparison too, you're gonna have your reference. Some losses of time might not seem too bad until you know, put your head down and actually check the numbers.
Radio check, Nick.
F123. I don't think they've actually given us a release date, but the last one came out in the end of August. So I would assume August, September, July, somewhere around there for the next one. Thank you for being a Miller, David. David Miller. I'm glad you've enjoyed. Hope you enjoy the building project. I found renovations to be a lot of fun when I was younger. I helped my my parents with that. I was set to scraping old... what's it called? Mick ran out of fuel. I think. That's the only thing I can imagine here. Again. What is this?
Stop the car, Mick. Stop the car.
I thought they fixed this.
Copy.
Honestly. Is it because I'm sending Magnussen and Mick a bit too close to each other? Oh, I need to reconfigure Magnussen before I get in trouble for not paying attention. Yeah, that is interesting. I think I might need to delay a little bit more before I send Schumacher out behind Magnussen. Because Schumacher's the one that DNF is, not Magnussen. Okay. Bottas in 5th, that's a bit of a surprise. And Schumacher getting eliminated by randomness. It's a bit unfortunate. I'm looking forward to seeing just how light that rain is going to be for the race itself. Oh, we have received... We've been given back the softs they robbed from us. What bastards.
Ready check, Kevin.
Radio's good.
See if we can get a okay first run.
Stop the car, stop the car.
Okay, I just had a heart attack there because, you know, Mick retired last qual Q2. And now we get the message in Q3. 13.1. Okay. Not the worst thing ever. Do I want to use a fresh set of softs or do I want to save it for the race? I think we'll use a fresh set of softs here. The Leclerc 7/10 were off. But yeah, the Red Bulls and the Ferraris in this game are just in a league of their own. Let's see if we can improve and maybe get into the top 4. Again, I want to check the car pieces, what they're using here. Leclerc is, again, on the edge there. Once he hits 40%, it's going to suffer a lot. Same for Sainz. Verstappen has a little bit more to go on. He might not hit that threshold during this race, which might save him out a little bit here. Bottas is running new parts except for the engine, which is understandable, but again, the Mercs are suffering already due to the ERS. You can see it in the fact that we're beating them up out easily. Fortunately, it looks like we did not improve. Although the Q2 time and the Q3 time was identical. Very consistent. But yeah, I think we can be happy with a 5th place qualifier here. Russell in 10th.
Drivers are strapping.
Let us have a quick look here on what we can expect in terms of rain. So it's going to start fairly early. So we're going to start on fresh softs and we're just going to burn them into the ground, honestly. Mick has 3 pairs of softs. Of course he has, for a rainy Grand Prix. The gap between Merc and Ferrari. As you can see, Mercs are running an ERS that is malfunctioning, and the Ferraris are on the threshold. They're 44 and 41%, so they'll lose a lot of race pace during the race randomly. But Merc is already running a damaged ERS, and you can see that that has switched it over to another 4/10. So again, damaged gearbox, damaged ERS, it's 2, 3 to 4/10 per lap slower. So running them at yellow is quite damaging, like ridiculously so. So yeah, it would have been nice to just have that information freely, as you said. But I think it's fine. We're gonna run fresh sets here, honestly. And we're just gonna go full on aggressive here. Because according to the forecast, which we can trust 100%, lap 7 is when the track should be wet. And for the most part, it will be into... Excuse me. For the most part, it will be into territory with a potential slight wet interest here. So I'm assuming it's going to be softs, inters, pit stop around here somewhere, and then inters to the end. That will be the plan. Looks good. Let's go. So yeah.
It's a bit of a cloudy day for the race.
Probably a 2-stop, yeah. You're correct on that,
The
Boko.
drivers are ready and raring to go. It's the Canadian Grand Prix.
And we'll see if the Ferraris randomly drop off massively during the...
And away we go.
drop off massively during the race. Magnussen is already fighting Hamilton. We have some medium runners, which again, this disappoints me greatly. Like, it's supposed to rain within the
Good
first
job.
10 laps. Mick's already made up 2 places. This could be interesting.
Good job, Kev. That's
Which
one.
F1 game? More comfortable to play?
Doing great.
I'd like to have some experience. I've tried F1 22.
Is that a
Are you
new
thinking
race
about the
position for
F1
Haas?
racing game? Like where you play as the driver, or are you thinking about F1 manager type games? I would assume you mean the racing games. The main reason why F122, the racing game in particular, gets bad reviews, I believe, is that the AI is kind of cheating. Yeah, the particularly in 22 game, the reason why it has so many negative reviews is that the AI is straight up just cheating on the straights. They have incredible acceleration that the player can't really do anything about,
Haas with an
unfortunately.
overtake. Let's take a closer look. Right, watch this.
Rest in peace,
There's
yeah.
Schumacher.
I haven't really played too many F1 racing games, honestly, so maybe someone else in the chat can help with that. F1 2018. Buy an old key on a key site. Yeah, that works. I'm hoping Magnussen can cause some problems here for Leclerc and just make up a place or two before it starts raining. Same for Schumacher, like he's already made up 4 places, now he's playing with a muck.
Good job.
Magnussen did get Leclerc, beautiful.
Kev, you're doing a brilliant job here.
Haas with an overtake there. We can take a look
So, yeah,
now.
it seems the
Right,
consensus
watch
in the
this.
chat at
There's
least
Schumacher.
is 2018 is probably one of the better F1 managers. Sorry, not F1 managers, F1 racing games. Magnussen making moves up into 3rd.
Good job, Kev.
Let's hope Schumacher too can pull up some shenanigans. Let's go neutral before we, you know, burn up all of our ERS. So far, it is looking good. Before downfall. Make it sound like super drastic.
DRS is enabled.
Calling it the downfall. Yeah. Is it $5 on Steam too? Another driver looked up. I don't think it's anyone in top 10, but looks of things. Mick didn't move up a place. Battle.
Yellow.
Okay.
Let's see what happened there.
That is a bit
Let's have
unfortunate
a
for
look
him.
here. This was the Aston Martin. That
Well,
looked
at
like
least he
it
didn't
cost
take
them
anyone with
dearly.
him. But that was a janky animation.
The team are devastated.
The classic Canada one. Oh, right. Are we gonna actually leave Paris behind her? Is that what's gonna happen? I think we'll speed things along a little bit here.
We expect rain again.
Copy.
We expect rain again, okay. Let's see when it starts raining. And Magnussen in first place now.
Is that
On pure
a new
pace.
race position for Haas? Let's have a look. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
First he gets signs. Then I guess he hunts down Verstappen. That is quite beautiful. Verstappen gets him with DRS again. But we did get fastest lap, and since it's going to be raining, we might keep that till the end. Potentially. But Sainz even got us now too, so that's going to be a bit of a sad one. We did get Sainz
Looks like
back
to us
though.
it's raining.
We are going to be pitting basically immediately. We can still burn some fuel. That's fine. Get the inters on for both our cars. And there is more than enough a gap this time for the double stack. Mick isn't actually going to suffer because of it. Track is now getting damp, so unfortunately I believe everyone is going to pit. Perez and Leclerc went on. We did get jumped in the pits by Verstappen because we have very, very slow pit stops here. 3.4 seconds again. So that does cause us some pain. We're going to go back to balance for now. And Mick's pit stop was even slower, almost 3.6 seconds. So we'll have to see where he comes out in 18th. And is this a safety car now? We've had a crash on track? So yeah, Magnussen came out behind Verstappen, but generally that's just due to pit times.
Keep it up.
I think
Just a
that
yellow
was
flag,
crash.
Tsunoda with a
Let's
crash.
Take a look at the replay. Now let's look at this. The focus on Tsunoda.
Yeah, we were first in queue. We got double stack, but unfortunately we got jumped because we don't have the Red Bull pit crew. But look at this. In terms of the lap times, Leclerc and Perez are now already a pit stop behind us. And they're going to be more than that because we're going to overtake them before we... before they even get to the pits. That is quite amazing, honestly.
Okay, you're currently P16.
Nice work, Kev.
I think we can be happy with this. Schumacher overtakes Latifi. Yeah, Schumacher really suffered during the pit stop, unfortunately.
Excellent move by Haas to gain a few places.
Magnussen
Here's
in
the
two.
replay. All eyes
The reason
on
why I'm not
Kevin
focusing
Magnussen here.
the pit crew is, again, creates a little bit extra challenge. It might be a bad way to create challenge, though, so I,
And
for
it
now,
takes
have
a
to use
lot
it
of
balanced.
skill to pull off a move.
And we don't really have the best race engineers, so racing pit crew skill is going to take a while. It's, again, one of those artificial things to create, you know, difficulty. But it is what it is. Unfortunately, we are kind of getting left behind. We don't have the same pace as the Red Bull does. Even though we were quicker last lap, according to this. But it's looking good. Mick still did lose out a bit from the pit stops. I guess he got... Since we're at the end of the pit lane, we actually get screwed over. So I guess Mick pitted and everyone else just drove past him and he wasn't let back into the race in time. Honestly, it could be a good game. F122, like, yeah, the physics are kind of weird. For now, I'm just going to allow Magnussen to drive his own race. He's looking good. Like, we have 10 seconds down to Hamilton and Sainz. Leclerc is 20 seconds behind. The thing, though, is if you buy it on Steam, like, you can test it for a couple of hours, just race, drive around, and if the game feels wonky or weird, you can just refund it. So, I still think it's fair to give games a chance, especially when they're on Steam, and you can just refund them if they don't live up to your expectations. But yeah, the last couple of years' track record isn't great. But yeah, Magnussen is losing to Verstappen. Kind of keeping it as is with Hamilton. Hamilton's kind of keeping Sainz held up for us. So this is looking good. Verstappen's car, I believe, still doesn't have any, like, real hits to durability. Schumacher overtakes Albon. Good. I just want to check out the... Yeah, as you can see, these still operate fairly high. Same with this. I think it's still losing at 85, but even then, this is like a 10th tops. So maybe if those decline under 40% during the race, we might have a chance to come back. But we still don't have a very, very quick car. We're still lacking quite a bit. Wondering if Schumacher here can actually get higher up, because again, he did get screwed over by just pit order, which is very, very unfortunate. How much quicker is... Yeah, so Verstappen is gaining 7 tenths a lap right now. 6 tenths that last one. But we might have kidnapped the fastest lap there just on virtue of pushing immediately in the beginning, so that would be nice. How's Schumacher doing it? If you compare him to the cars around, he is slightly quicker than Bottas. Well, not slightly, 4 tenths, 5 tenths, 6 tenths. He's running slightly slower than Hamilton. Well, quite a bit slower than Hamilton right now. But potentially he could catch up to 5th place with his current pace, which would be nice. Yeah, so Sainz has overtaken Hamilton, and he's already closing down on us. By 6/10 a lap too, so within 10 laps he's going to catch up to us. Multiple cars have crashed. Okay. One of them is show. And we do have a safety car. We could be some gremlins here and get fresh inters. And try and make them last at the end of the race. That would be a gremlin move. For Magnussen, he would drop down 2 places tops. So I think we pit Magnussen here, honestly. He still has fairly high durability tires. But by pitting him, we might actually make those tires last to the end. Yeah. I'm thinking pitting to Inters really early. Because if we have a look here, they will just barely survive to the end. Like, if we go press as Inters right now, they would last to the end. We wouldn't need to pit again, potentially. So we'll save some time pitting on the safety car. We'll lose some time because, well, pitting kind of weird. Schumacher would lose 2 places. Magnussen would lose 2 places, but I think it's worth it, honestly. Ocon has punctured. Yeah, we'll gamble. I am a gambling man, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the thing. They will last because we also have the safety car. So I'm thinking we just do the double pit stop again. We get it fresh painters on. Magnussen is ahead of the safety car. So we can push these tires to the pit. And potentially if there's another safety car later on, we can get some more benefit out of it.
Let's take a closer look. Okay.
So it's not really risky. We are consciously going there and giving up 2 positions. Ah, that's actually kind of rough. That is a big smash, yeah. So we're giving up 2 positions for each of the cars. In the hopes that it will benefit us later in the race. Yeah, Schumacher actually just lost 1. No, Russell got him there. Isn't that technically overtaking under the safety car? But yeah, Schumacher lost 2. Let's see how many Magnussen lose. He should also lose 2. We have Rick holding up the rest of the crew here. So I'm thinking that going onto these this could potentially pay off. We'll have to wait and see though. Could be good. It could be bad. We'll see. Especially if we have a couple of laps now under safety car. Lapped cars may now overtake.
Charge off.
Copy.
This is something that I wanted to see, actually. There we go. Okay, that was pretty clean. I'll see Latifi and his overtaking of lapped cars. Okay, they need to put in a bit more work on this. Like, even though it might look weird, just have the safety car drive a safe line so that cars can overtake with no problems.
So overtake is available if you need it.
It's not because we're in the safety car.
Charge off.
Copy.
Yeah, there we go. So Magnussen lost 2 positions. Schumacher lost 2 positions. But we are now on fresh tires, so that's gonna help us out because we can potentially go to the end of these with standard set. So that's gonna be beautiful.
Safety car in this lap.
Copy that.
And honestly, I think we can regain it fairly easily here by using fuel, for 1, but also our overtake button. So let's try it. Let's see if they regain them easily or not. Magnussen already took out Hamilton. Like, A true rat here. Got him immediately. Now, Schumacher, can you do the same with Russell?
Overtake there. Let's see what happened there. Now just focus on the Haas.
Took the inside line. Very nice. We have a lockup, yellow flag, probably another safety car. Yep. It's all coming together. Tsunoda this time. You don't have a front wing no more. And you parked on track, okay.
Was that a crash? Multiple cars, I think. Let's have a look. Now we see the Williams here.
Yeah, I'm getting Australia vibes already. That's the second send.
Oh,
I think Tsunoda was involved in the first send as well, so he has a flat 2 KD at this stage. But yeah, now we can definitely have our tires last to the end of the race. It is kind of ridiculous. We do have a dry track now. I think we'll just stay on what we have. But the fact that the track is drying is potentially a problem because it will increase tire drag on the inters quite a bit.
Safety car is in this
Safety
lap.
car is ending
car in
too,
this lap.
so...
Copy.
Please start raining again. Thank you. Honestly, with our karma now, because I'm a bit too careful at the misfortune, we're probably going to have Hamilton re-overtake Magnussen. Or maybe we're good. Looks like it. Hoping Schumacher can make some moves too. Another driver has locked up. Russell with a penalty. Please tell me you didn't get. And you're Destructors Champion of the Year. Mick Schumacher. Honestly though, it seems like this isn't actually his fault. He might have overtaken him and then got yeeted. What damage are we looking at here? Both rear tires gone. Gearbox gone. Okay, that's actually kind of rough because that was a fresh gearbox. As far as I remember, that's also a fresh ERS. We have our Destructors Champion, Mick Schumacher. Maybe that's what I should change the title of the stream to. Canada Destruction Championship. We'll just change it to Canada Destructorships in honor of Mick Schumacher. Well, to be fair, I don't think this was most Mick's fault because Russell has a penalty. So what I assume happened here is that he got yeeted. So, there's Schumacher. What actually happened here? Oh yeah, he got yeeted. That was not Mick's fault. Mick got absolutely bombed by what I assume is Vettel. Let's have another look. There's an acid coming there. Okay, yeah, so he got ping-pong between a couple of cars there. But why did Russell get a penalty? Stroll got a penalty. We got strolled. We straight up got strolled, literally. 5 cars out so far. Schumacher got a penalty too. Okay.
Stop the car, Mick. Stop the car.
Yeah, unfortunately, as fun as it is to run the meme into the ground, that was actually not Schumacher's fault. Stroll hit him in the back, and then he hit Russell, and I assume Russell hit someone else because Russell will get hit with a penalty too. That's the only way I can make any sense of this. But yeah, that's 3 safety cars in how many laps? 30? So at this rate, we're gonna get 3 more safety car before we before we finish this race.
Okay, Kev, no management required, so push as much as you can.
Copy that.
Let's see how this restart goes. Maybe a rolling restart isn't the thing that I said earlier about
Remember, no overtaking until the timing line.
about Australia, that we should have rolling restarts towards the end so we don't have carnage. Because clearly, your safety car restarts too bring carnage. But yeah, for once, not Schumacher's fault. Did we make it a lap here without getting trouble? Jesus, that gap that had opened up there. Looks like we are good to go without too many problems. Oh, except for the fact that I allowed the ERS to run dry. That could be a problem.
Charge on.
Copy that.
Just put it in neutral and we'll try and make something out of it.
Off.
Copy that.
We should be fine here for tire usage. Again, we're halfway through the race and we basically have almost fresh tires. But yeah, I might have to also re-harvest a little bit so we have some to use when we need it. It was too greedy of me to run it for too long. That's on me. We are losing out slightly to the cars in front. Oh, never mind. I guess the damage kicked in. Because we gained 4/10 there random. Yeah, the damage has kicked in. I would think. Let's have a look here. Signs. Very close to damage kicking in. Verstappen? Nope. Damage hasn't kicked in yet. I guess it's just a slipstream. And of course the fuel usage, I think about it. But at this rate, it looks like we might have hopes for another podium. Maybe. I wish Schumacher would win for me in Canada, Edster. Sorry, I just saw it just now. I was too focused on the absurdity in front of me. Apologies. They do need to have a look at the next edition of the game, though. Penalties. If you get bumped and then you bump someone else. Because if you don't have any control of your car, you shouldn't really get punished for... Well, if someone else hits you so you don't have any control of your car, you shouldn't get punished for that. Still dumped him. Yeah, Alonso is he's underrated, but he's still good in this game, honestly. Twenty laps to go. We still got plenty of tire life. About the same, so we do have slight tire advantage. With all the safety cars, I don't think anyone else is gonna pit. So we're probably going to have to make a move towards the end here. We'll see if they start taking time damage due to wear. But Sainz will very soon start hitting wear levels that means he will slow down. But Verstappen will probably be fine for this race, unfortunately for us. So we might soon have to start making some decisions on... Never mind. And we have another one. Who's it this time? We can't really pit, unfortunately. It would be fun to pit for fresh tires. We come out behind Leclerc, so there's no point. 3 places is a bit too much to lose. Who is it that crashed? Gasly? Gasly, yeah. Did he
We've
crash
just had a
alone
crash
or
on
did
the
he
track.
get help?
Let's take a look at the replay. Now look at this. It's Pierre Gasly.
Oh, he...
There's the crash.
That's also something I feel like should have been maybe a red flag. Sainz pitted. What? Is he getting just a fresh set of inters? Excuse me? Paris pitted, like... If I'd known all of these were gonna pit, I would have done it too. Unfortunately, we caught up to the safety car, so... Oh. Factory competition, yeah. Alonso and Gasly. The thing is, you can get Bottas immediately from... Or at least Haas, I know. Sainz pitted, he lost only 2 positions, so I guess that makes sense. That's what we did. This is going to be interesting because I don't know how much degradation there is on the inters. Sainz should be hit though by his components starting to die. I think we're still safe. Maybe. And with this we only have Verstappen to worry about. I assume safety car... Oh, another lap? You shouldn't have. But yeah, this has been a wild Canada. It's 4 safety cars. Is there another safety car lap? For real? There we go.
Safety car in this lap.
Copy.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
I'm thinking we just go for the overtake right away. Yeah, young driver progression needs to be revamped. Like, I would like it to just be more organic. Like, don't just slap, you know, points in.
The safety car is left.
I would love it if, I don't know if anyone here has played Football Manager, but like, one of the things that I love about that game is basically just racing talent. Like, I mainly play that game just to have like a sub 24, 25-year-old team that all made up of talent that I've raced, basically. I find that a lot of fun. It would be beautiful to do that in this game too. But it just isn't possible with that thing. So having said that, addition I would love for this year's game is having a young driver academy. But yeah, I think the last Football Manager I played was probably 22. I think I got it for free on Epic Games. But I didn't play it too much. Like, I played it a lot when in my younger days. It's what got me through university. But yeah, having... Oh, are you gonna gamble? Probably not. We lost a lot of time there though, which is unfortunate. I'm just playing it slow here so that I don't run out of ERS. Because we do still have a chance here. We have tire advantage. The concern here is the fresh tired Ferrari behind us. He might actually have made a brilliant choice there and will kill us. But yeah, having driver progression be a bit more organic would be nice. Sure. Come on, you can do it. Good job, KMAG. Now run away! Should I change the tire usage to aggressive for the last 10 laps? To see if we can run away? We are running aggressive on fuel, so we'll see here what we can do. Because right now there's no DRS, if I'm not mistaken. If we get back-to-back wins, I'm actually going to be a bit unreasonably happy. 8 laps to go, including this one. No, is it 7? It's 7 or 8. It's one of those two. You have to count the lap you're currently on too. Orange worth? Yeah, I was thinking that too. But as long as we keep the gap. Well, now Science has overtaken him, so maybe we run away. Try at least. Orange would be safe. I guess we're gonna have to gamble here because Science is right behind us and he has fresh tires. I am just hoping that his car is gonna fall off the cliff once he. There we go. This one has hit orange. Once this hits orange too, he shouldn't have any chance anymore. Hopefully, that is. The chance of red? Yeah. If I hit attack there, it would be sad. Currently, though, it looks like we will be okay. Like, Science has a damaged gearbox at this stage, so he's losing some to that. So as long as we push, we'll let the worst case here hopefully get second. I think we should be okay. The concern I have is that once we run out of fuel to push, though, that's when we could get in trouble. That's probably when we're going to have to tune the tires up a bit more. Two tenths. He is making a move. Leclerc is now also getting into the mix. Honestly, I think we just push it up to attack. Because if he gets past us, I don't think we are re-overtaking him. So, we push attack. And we hope that's enough to maintain the gap. And we're going to deploy. Okay, maybe we go back to aggressive so we don't burn them completely out. Because that could also be bad. But right now, it's looking good. I didn't say nothing. Please don't... Please. Please, Mr. Science, have mercy. Let's see the scary man coming up from behind for this final lap. We do have energy that we can use. If we maintain the lead to here, I think we can use ERS on defend to get to the goal. And let's just use attack here then so that we can maintain it.
Kev, keep pushing.
Copy that.
That's what I'm thinking. We deploy once we get to over here. Or when we see something scary, approach from behind. I think this is when we just deploy, and I think that should be enough.
Load push.
Ooh. Yes, I think that's it. Maybe see it from science perspective. Last few corners. Luckily no KMAG in the wall. With that, we have victory. Back-to-back victories for KMAG.
Checkered flag.
That is quite amazing, but to be honest, we were really helped by the four safety cars. Driver 1, watch the replay.
Magnussen picks up the win.
There we go. We can be happy with that. Vettel in the points. Potentially. Vettel in the points, that's also nice to see. But yeah, I did not expect us to pull back-to-back victories. With fastest lap on both. We can be happy with that. 2-3 from Ferrari, 4-5 from Red Bull, 6 and 12 for Merc. Well, George did get bombed by Schumacher, so that makes sense. He also had a penalty before that. Alonso 7th, Bottas 8th, Ricciardo 9th for McLaren. Bit surprising, honestly. But yeah, this was also a good race. Magnussen moves up to 6th, ahead of Russell. Schumacher stays 10th. Constructors' Championship, we are catching up to Mercedes. We are 50 points behind. So this is shaping out to be interesting. And we're actually getting 2 upgrades now, I believe, after this race too. That's going to be pretty good. Development point for Magnussen. Development point for Drogovic. And once again, we pay a little bit of extra money, but we still make 4 million. Side pod design completed. Could get it out a few hours earlier for the race. Yeah, braking is one of the most important stats for a driver, and Magnussen starts pretty highly rated there, so he is not a bad choice. He does do good things. Side pod design complete. We can't manufacture it yet because we don't actually have any manufacturing slots. I might actually buy this in the back a bit. There's the thing I'm looking for. Completion in 3 days for the front wings. Okay, we need to wait for this to finish and then get side wings and rear wings going. That's my bad though. It's because we are falling behind on car parts. Okay, so the only piece we haven't designed yet is a chassis. So that's what we're gonna have to design next, according to the law. And I think we're just gonna do race performance here too. Okay, that is an... How trash is the chassis we're using? Oh. It's not the chassis. The reason why the numbers were so insane is because Schumacher crashed his car and he doesn't actually have a chassis for this. He doesn't have a chassis, so that explains why that's so amazing. And it also means that we need to make a new chassis more than we need to make the new side pods. Because we need a chassis for him to even be able to drive the car. That's I guess that's the penalty of this challenge. It's gonna suffer. I wish I could change to car 2. You have a look here. That would make things a bit easier. But in terms of what we want to do here, balanced, not really it. Optimized cooling, not really it either. Aero, nah. If we're gonna do something, yeah, I think we're gonna do race performance as the preset. So let's get that cooking. Intense, it'll take 25 days. That's okay. And I might have to just use emergency manufacture. But I'm not sure if we should actually add that as a limitation, that we can only use rushed. Because the emergency manufacture does seem like kind of a cop-out that you can just immediately spawn a part. Yeah, we are missing car parts, but the thing is, we can't do anything about that. Because we don't have any manufacturing capabilities right now, unfortunately. So we're going to have to wait 3 days. There we go, front wing. And then we're going to have to manufacture the chassis. And I think we're going to just say that... Oh. We had a chassis in manufacturing. Okay. Do we want to gamble then on getting... Well, it wouldn't matter because cycles won't be done for the race anyways. We can get 1 done. This would take 24 days to manufacture 4 of. That is actually a bit of a concern. What I'm thinking here is that we manufacture 2 side pods. And I could emergency them. But again, I feel like that is a bit cheap. And being forced to use rush or normal would make the game more challenging. If anyone has any input on that, feel free to let me know. But I think I'll just stick to rushed and try and avoid using emergency. Unless, like, I need to do it on race day. Maybe. So let's make 2 normally, and we'll have 1 ready for the race. But that means that we might get a bit problematic here with Mick. We might also want to upgrade the factory, because it'll give us an extra project capacity. Okay, we're going to upgrade the factory to level 2. It is part of the rules, so it's acceptable. Makes sense. So I guess I'm going to limit myself to 2 manufacturing slots as well then, maybe. We also have rear wing coming up now, so... It's a bit of a wonky one. What we could do here with the rear wing is we cancel the extra chassis we're currently manufacturing. Let's cancel this extra chassis, because I want to try and see if we can get rear wings made, and if we crash out and lose chassis for the race, that is a gamble we've taken. It's kind of like the current situation in F1, where a lot of the teams are lacking parts, straight up. I believe Alpine is kind of in a troublesome situation now, because they had that double crash today. Hey David, we won Canada, and we had a demolition derby in Canada with 4 safety cars. So yeah, we had a fun time. But KMAG now has won back-to-back races, which is kind of amazing, honestly. Guess we're gonna have to rush this then. It's gonna cost more money, but we're gonna rush this so we can catch up on the car parts, particularly the chassis. Yeah, I think rushed is okay, but we're not going to use emergency manufacture. Schumacher has crashed, David, unfortunately, but that is due to Stroll, being Stroll, hitting Schumacher. Schumacher then hit Russell, and I believe Russell then took out someone else. So we had an interesting race for sure. And again, the weather center is the only thing I'll allow to upgrade to tier 5, just because the wet weather, unpredictably, is just mostly annoying rather than challenging. Well, you should be this. I'll make the stream public so you can go back and have a look. It was 4 or 5, yeah. It was madness. Gary Gannon's contract ends. Honestly, I do enjoy the immersion of having a race engineer being matched with a race engineer. So I think we'll be able to rehire him at the end of the season if we decide to keep Mick. So for now, we'll just wait. It's not a big problem. Schumacher's contract ends soon. Rest's contract ends soon. Honestly, I think we want to renew Rest's contract probably right away. But we still have 6 months to think about it. Mick did blow up his gearbox though, and I believe this was one that was fairly fresh. So he's already used up 2 of them. I'm glad we took those penalties at Monaco. We have a new ATR period. I put ATR into underfloor and rear wing, which means that I can't put it into either one of those 2. So we'll see once we are what we want to put it into. I didn't actually start a new one, so we could make front wings here, which honestly is probably what I'm gonna do with this new ATR period. Did you make override? Basically, it's just part of my design to make the game more challenging. Honestly, we could have gotten Bottas immediately if we really wanted to. But I feel like it's it just makes the game too easy, particularly when you played as many seasons as I have. I'm kind of forcefully making it a bit more challenging. Which one do we want? Low speed performance? Optimize cooling? Optimized aero? I think this is okay, that we focus low speed performance again. It's either that or we go high speed, honestly. Balanced could work. We gain a decent amount on the high speed. We have already made a low speed one. So if we make this one, it's actually gonna do the opposite. Which could be good, because that means you can switch between the two wings depending on the race spec, which is how you're supposed to play the game. But I think we're just gonna make it like front wing, low speed, rear wing, high speed. And that way we kind of have different focuses for the wings that we have. And that will benefit us in the long run, is what I'm thinking. So let's get this front wing designed. But yeah, Mick doesn't have the greatest stats. He has high smoothness, which, in my opinion, is the most useless stat in the game. Unfortunately. Magnussen does have decent adaptability at 79. But the greatest stat he has is his braking, honestly. He does have bad defending. Okay. Prix for the British Grand Prix. I think I'm going to do this one and then probably go get some food. Been at this now for almost 5 hours. So, I think I'm going to finish the British Grand Prix before I go. I think that will be okay for today. Yeah, the game gets fairly easy, which is also why I'm putting a bunch of restrictions on myself that don't really make too much sense in that regard. Because as you can see, we already have KMAG, 3-time race winner, before we're halfway through the season. But again, I want to see how hard you need to restrict yourself for it to actually have an effect on making the game more challenging. So we do have new parts for this race. This is our new rear wing. Decent amount of gain in speed and acceleration. A little bit of gain in front wing, mostly on the high speed. Which is again why we're focusing rear wing high speed, front wing low speed. We have a single side pod here, which I think we're going to give to, well, KMAG, because KMAG is doing the best of the two drivers right now. And other than that, we have a couple of concerns for the future. We don't have any extra suspensions, and we also don't have any extra chassis. We're lacking that one side pod, and generally we have a bit of work ahead of us. Yeah, no CFD or wind tunnel stuff is one of the things I considered. But since I kind of did this as a streaming challenge to get back into the game, the restriction I put on CFD and wind tunnel is that I need to use it on every one of the 6 design pieces before I can use it on the same one again. But even then, it might be a bit too much. One part per year and one research per year. Honestly, I'm thinking 2 parts per year, but you aren't allowed to do any research. Currently, we are getting to a place where we are making the second part, so I might make the second set for this in design and just not do any research so that we do drop off next season to make it a bit more challenging, a bit more interesting. But we'll see how that plays out. Okay, let us hit some new car parts and get the practice over with. He now has 2 broken ERSs. I'm so sad. And soon we're going to have to use a fresh gearbox as a practice. Mick, so sorry. But you are living up to your name as Destructor Champion right now, even though you weren't necessarily responsible, if that makes sense. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just giving a quick update about KMAG winning Baku, then Canada. And Silverstone next. See if we can win here too. I'm having a bit too much fun, probably. Let's see here if we can get the practice setup done. Then we'll get this race done, and then we'll call it a night there. Still a lot of progress done, honestly, if we are at Silverstone. I think we have Austria, and then we're about halfway through the season. So, pretty good, honestly. 20 and 35. Wish also the practice setups were more like driver specific. Driver... What's it called? Driver preference, so to speak. Magnussen 6th is what we like to see. Promising already. Now, we do probably have a bit much of a opportunity here. Simply due to the fact that, as we can see, the other cars last race were starting to get hit with what's it called? Durability problems on some of their parts. Gas with a penalty. So we'll see if they have switched them out for this race. And if they haven't, we should be able to eat them up again. If everything is great, how am I supposed to figure out what the problem is? You're making this difficult for me, Kevin. Yeah. To be fair, though, we've been doing okay. Like, we have been losing. Never mind, Mick is still causing problems. I guess we can be happy with the fact that he didn't destroy any pieces this time. He just got a penalty. Let's use this engine for now. This ERS should be fine for one race. I'm hoping. And let's give KMAG the best we have to offer in the hopes of another victory. It would be amazing if you made it 3 in a row. There should be an option to have a... what now? Better to install Motorsport Manager again or buy this for 13 euros? For 13 euros, I'd say this is worth it. The game is gorgeous. It looks good. The AI is kind of dumb. They're not really adaptable, so to speak. So, but you have a lot of, like, you have a lot of control over the game. If you know what you're doing and follow like the min-max guides, you're gonna dominate within a season. But if you take it chill, you don't min-max, you can have a lot of fun with it, bastard. So honestly, if you're buying it on Steam, I don't know where you're planning to buy it. You can test it for a couple hours, and if you don't like it, you can just refund it. So for 13 bucks, I'd say it's worth it. Although it does have its shortcomings. Which way are we supposed to go? Like so. I think that's good. Okay, we're ready for qualifying. Car pass fitted. Yep, looks good. Let's get into qualifying, see how we do. Yeah, I'm currently running, as I said, balanced pit stop crew, just so I can't forcefully bring the pit stop times down. Which is kind of, you know, very gamery, very restrictive, but it does make for more interesting races. Honestly, I feel like the practice sets in the current form, sorry, the car pass, like you should just have practice sets and then quality and race sets. And that would also help a lot too with how the AI is handling their tires, I think. Did we get beat by Ocon? This list confuses me. Like, Paris is behind us, but Ocon is ahead of us. Okay, so the Alpines, I assume, have a new underfloor. Potentially. Let's have a quick look here at this one. Leclerc. They have changed out their components, except for the engine now, so they're basically almost at full power. Same for Sainz. Verstappen too. They're going to have a lacking an engine, so next race, or the race after, could be a bit interesting. Yeah, Ocon has a completely fresh set. Alonso is a little bit weakened. Okay, this could be an interesting race then. Let's see if we went through Q1. Yeah, Paris made back up. He's up into 4th now, where we expect him to be. I'm just surprised that we got hit this hard, honestly. See, we'll do first run on scrubs, and then we'll use fresh for the second run. But yeah, you're probably correct that Paris got stuck in traffic somewhere. Now, let's see if I send Mick too close to Magnussen. If he DQs due to running out of fuel, this will be the 4th time this season. We're very close to the Merc still, which is good to see. Schumacher made it into the pits. I'm so proud of him. This is kind of on the line in terms of risky. I think we are going to do one more run just to be safe. Hitting your cars at the right time? Yeah, I can see how that would be enjoyable. That is... when you make strategically the right decision, and then you send an application to Ferrari. But yeah, it's very satisfying, honestly. I think this is the first time we have both drivers in Q3, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of what we're used to seeing: Ferrari, Red Bull, then Mercs. Honestly, it is really, really satisfying. I agree with you there.
Ready to check, Kevin.
Radio's good.
Okay, see how this Q3 session goes. Mick's first time, if I'm not completely mistaken. Hamilton is going to be a bit of a roadblock here, I feel.
We've just had a spin.
Russell with a spin, okay. Having a few yellow flags there. Sainz with a spin too, by the looks of things.
Sounds like someone's locked up.
I'm a bit bad on picking exactly when to pit, honestly, so I probably should work a little bit on that. Just the anti for... Okay, this might be bad. I'm hitting... Did I not configure you properly? Okay, I'm just hitting the wrong button and being stupid. That's what's going on. Yeah, that's why I'm not a strategist. Yeah, I'm more on the gambling side of strategy, unfortunately, which is fun, but doesn't make for a reliable strategy, unfortunately. Unfortunately, this one looks a bit more challenging to get the victory out of. 8/10 of a Ferrari. And the Ferrari is basically almost at full power. We're smack down between the Mercs. Like, I think the goal here is going to be 5th and maybe 8th for KMAG and
The time has come to fight.
Schumacher, respectively. How are we looking in terms of... It's not super short, it's decent short. We also have a fairly good chance of a safety car, by the looks of things. The mediums have a huge advantage over the hards. They'll be quicker for about 30 laps. By the looks of this. Honestly, the preset strategies for this game aren't bad. If you want to use some other strategies, it's gonna require incidents on the track to really work. So the preset ones are pretty good. Like, it's not a bad idea to use those. I'm just fond of two-stopping when I shouldn't. Softs would be quicker for about 10 laps, but then the mediums will start winning out, so medium, start on softs, go medium, medium could work here, I think. Let's see, if we slap in a soft set here, it would be theoretically quicker. We could also start on the softs and try and make up some time. Okay, so according to this, starting on the softs is going to be slower. There we go. It's because it was using the wrong set of softs. Let's see. We'll lose a little bit during those last 4 laps before pitting. But in general, I think this will be okay. It should be fine. Other than that, we could try a one stop, but it is doable for sure. But I think two stop is just more fun. For Magnussen, since we are trying to stick with the cars in front, we can start on the mediums and then just be a bit flexible depending on what's happening. So we'll give him this as a base strategy to start with. Set up the driver options, and then I guess we're off to the races. I think that should be okay. We have 2 mediums here. 1 set of softs that are fresh. Good. Good. Yeah. That is a good point. That's
The drivers. Hold on tight. It's the British Grand Prix.
I find this guy's run to be kind of fun. But that's probably just me. Not the greatest start here. Mag losing out
Just
to
keep concentrating.
Hamilton immediately. Schumacher 2 has drastically lost out. He's fallen back 2 places. That's not what you like to see from the get-go. But it's not unexpected in the current situation. He is fighting Hamilton, though. He has retaken his place.
Haas with an overtake.
Let's see how he did it.
What happened there? Now just focus on the Haas.
That was pretty nice. Are we gonna have another destruction derby? I see a yellow
Looks
flag.
like that was a position gained for Alfa Romeo. Here's the replay. Now we see Valtteri Bottas.
Apparently the softs aren't helping Schumacher too much.
Oh, we've had a spin.
Verstappen with a spin. Verstappen has had so many weird incidents, honestly,
Let's take a look at
this
the
season.
replay. Now here we see Max Verstappen. What a spin!
Okay, so he blocked the other cars, and that saved him, honestly. I feel like if you stop on track and block someone, that should kind of be a penalty. You shouldn't benefit from stopping on track.
Okay, you have DRS.
Turn it down to neutral before I forget.
Let's just get into a rhythm.
Pit stop nerves? Yeah, you do lose a bit of pit stop experience. Fuel being an issue? Yeah, now that you do say it, that is true. Let's tune it down just to be safe. I believe even running conserve at some point could not be enough, so we'll see here. Honestly, I'm still playing it the same way, the races, as I would a normal save. I just prefer starting on burning fuel, mainly because overtaking is easiest during the start of the races. But also because the first 2 laps are very important, because if you have a car that isn't that good as the cars around you,
Someone's run wide.
being able to latch onto one of their DRSs and take advantage of that is huge. You can gain basically 10-20 seconds over the course of a race that you normally wouldn't be able to, sometimes even more. So it's just a starting habit that I've developed. Also, burning a bit of extra fuel helps because less weight, although I don't really know if weight has a huge effect in this game, but it does work somewhat. So it depends on how you want to look at it, but generally I'd say it's worth it just to
Right, watch this.
potentially make some moves, get some stuff done, so I would do it anyways. I don't really do aggressive or attack on the tires though, because I want them to last. I feel in most cases, unless you're at the end of a race or desperately need to overtake someone, that tire wear is probably a bit too punishing at times in terms of lap times. Good work there by Shumi. The Magnussen is struggling. We can barely keep up with the Mercs, which is a problem. They are running, I believe, mediums, yeah. Ocon here is actually on hards. So for the most part, we're running the same strategies. So we'll see exactly how this plays out. If they're doing a 2-stopper, if they're doing a 1-stopper, will be revealed when they actually do the pittings. It does look like they kind of fixed fuel though, because we've regained fairly quick. We have a virtual safety car. Bottas with a penalty. Remark, are you safe? Burning extra lap of fuel, putting extra lap of fuel in is not a problem. I don't do it personally, but I know a lot of people like doing that. So honestly, it's up to you. If you feel like it's working and it's giving your team an advantage, do it. You want to overfuel your car for 10 laps to make sure that you can run push the entire way, feel free. It's not a, it's a game. Play it how you feel it's good. And honestly, putting a lap or 2 of fuel in is probably a good strategy, honestly. It allows you to push. And particularly, we don't know if weight has a huge effect on this. On this game. And if it's track rubber and track grip, that's helping with the lap times towards the end of the Grand Prix. Or if it's actually that you have become lighter in terms of weight. I do think that there is a hidden weight coefficient somewhere for, in particular, engines, because the Renault engine is slower, the slowest engine, although it really shouldn't be. I believe I tested that somehow.
DRS enabled.
Pushing does burn the engine, that is true. You do get more engine wear, but again, it's not a huge concern. Not for me personally, at least. I just come to terms with that over the course of a season, you will have to take penalties, probably in 1 or 2 races, because if you have a single crash, your components you will run out of components. And when you take penalties, just do it strategically. Get all 3 pieces, and that'll usually do you well. Okay, it looks like we're gonna, unless we get some safety cars here, unfortunately, KMAG is gonna be suffering for a while. Because, again, the Mercs, the Red Bulls, the Ferraris, they fixed their gearboxes, they fixed their energy stores. The engines are starting to run low, but it'll still be a race, maybe 2, before they start to drastically lose time because of that. We do have new pieces, but our car is still not really up to snuff, fortunately. I believe in one of my Williams seasons, I managed to get through without taking extra parts, but that car didn't crash once. So, as I said, it's doable, but again, it requires you to not crash. And if you don't want to do it without crashing, you'd probably be forced to let's run a couple of laps on aggressive,
Okay, good job.
Schumacher.
Now pick up your pace.
You'd probably be forced to sit out a few practices to make it happen. There is reg changes yet to increase your parts, and honestly, just going yes on that is good, because I think that makes the AI a bit more competitive. Yeah. Your engine manufacturer also has to say in how quickly your parts deteriorate. How is Schumacher looking right now for time? 34.3. I think we're pitting him. He's quicker than cars behind. So let's push one more lap. We'll attack, and then we'll pit him for mediums. Let's see if that summons the safety car or not. Yeah, I'm doing seasons without taking extra parts is basically up to luck. Did I put him out in the bad spot? Yeah. Should probably have pushed one more. Again, 3.5 second pit stops. We generally are about a second at the very least, slower than the cars around us, and 1.5 second at most. So it does make pitting kind of worrisome. Verstappen is pitting. That means he's doing a two-stopper for sure. He actually came out ahead of Ocon though, so he's actually in a good window. Leclerc pitting, he's also doing a two-stopper. The question then is, should we switch Magnussen over? I guess the answer is going to be, will we be able to latch on to Perez or Leclerc? We are right behind Leclerc. Let's do some sacrifices here. Keep up with Leclerc as long as we can. And then we pit. Slow it down a little bit so that we can make sure that we keep up with them. Which is already proving difficult. Yeah, Leclerc is definitely on a two-stopper though, so if we can just stick somehow with him for now, it's going to be good for later. Yeah, Red Bull or Ferrari engines do seem to be the better choices. Honestly, I think like the cost between them is just too little. Like make Ferrari 30 million, make Red Bull 25 maybe, or even make both of them 30, Mercedes 25, Renault 15 maybe. Because Renault is just worse in all aspects for no good reason. Yeah. So I really would have liked to have, as I said, in team engine manufacturing that you can start it, especially in the later seasons when you end up having too much money straight up. So
Did somebody spin out there?
it would be interesting to watch. Currently, we are kind of getting left behind here by Leclerc. A little bit more ERS, see if we can keep up with Hamilton. We do have Verstappen coming up from behind us, though.
That's a good overtake from Alpine.
Ocon overtakes Schumacher. That's a bit sad. But yeah, as you can see, we are... Now that the cars kind of been equalized, we are struggling a bit, fortunately. But I'm hoping that the one stop here from Magnussen might be able to shake things up a little bit. Schumacher re-overtakes Ocon. Nice to see. I have breached the cost cap exactly once, and that was on purpose. So yeah. They need to increase the diversity. No, they need to increase a bit how things work on the economic side, I think. That will make things a bit more interesting. Okay, so let's go full on attack for this lap before we pit. Because yeah, right now the cost cap doesn't actually do anything to you. Unfortunately. If Verstappen can actually pull us ahead here on this lap before we pit, that would be amazing. Russell will also need to pit at one point. But I don't know where we're going to come out here right now. Russell is pitting right now, actually. We might come out ahead of Hamilton if we're lucky. Nah, we'll come out behind. Bit too slow. Again, a fairly long pit stop, unfortunately. But not much I can do about that. 7th. Not bad. Cars in front have all pitted, unfortunately. So the strategy didn't really pan out in our favor here. Honestly, the longevity is lacking, which is why I'm playing this restricted game, where I'm putting a bunch of restrictions on myself and still not really having a problem winning. But that is mainly because I'm abusing the AI for the most part. So take that how you will. Again, if you min-max, you will win with any team within 2 seasons. So longevity is lacking, and it's not very moddable either, unfortunately, this game. Oh yeah, it was a struggle to breach the cost cap. I think we breached it by just a few thousands. And like they gave me $100 in a fine. So even if you break the cost cap, it was a slap on the wrist. Literally. It was kind of weird, honestly. So Schumacher is going to have to pit again, which is actually kind of a problem for us. Yeah. It does cause some problems with a... basically, the main way to min-max in this game, Bastard, is that when you design paths, the game has presets for you. But you can take all of the sliders that dictate stats and slide them to the right, and you will have a positive gain in every single stat that outdoes any of the presets. So it's kind of cheesy, but the development of paths need a bit of work in this one, at least for the next iteration, I think. Schumacher is actually running quite a bit slower on those mediums, which is concerning. Luckily enough, the cars behind him are running even slower. Magnussen got Russell? Russell with a lockup?
Now let's look at this. Here's George Russell. Oh, and there's the lockup. That's the last thing they'll have wanted.
But yeah, the graphics in this game are really good. It's like you're actually watching a race. And that's one of the things that I really like about it. Like, you can sit back, you can pick whatever view you want, jump through it as you see fit, and it's immersive in that regard. But yeah, the AI isn't the brightest. The development is pretty straightforward. So I'm just hoping we get a more interesting version of that next year or next edition, which, judging by when this game came out, will be around August sometime.
Alpine just advanced.
Yeah, I might have sit down tonight and just look at other management games, because I have an itch. But I am enjoying this game at the moment. Yeah. The thing is, the underfloor is just so massively overpowered compared to the rest. Like, you can probably win by just making underfloors. Honestly, perhaps that's the challenge I should be doing, Edster. The limitation I put on myself is that I can only do underfloors. Honestly, I think I'd still be able to win with that. This is a very good like F1 gameplay, but it's I think they geared it toward a more casual audience to begin with. So you've done that before? Yeah, the thing is, I thought I would do that, but I realized that this will work, so I just didn't bother. Yeah, they like these cars, the current generation F1 cars, the underfloor is probably the most important part by far, but it's just a bit too important currently. Schumacher ran wide. Did he lose a position to Ocon?
Someone's run wide. Let's see what happened there. Now just focus on the Haas. They've gone wide. They won't be happy about that.
I didn't even see what happened there. I was looking at chat, sorry. How much money do you need for next season? I don't remember how much the Red Bull engine is. I think it's the Red Bull engine 15 million? The engine, if you buy Red Bull engines or Ferrari engines or any other engines for, I think it's 10, 15 or 20 million, you get 3 engines for each car. Well, you don't necessarily get 3 engines. You get as many as you're allowed for a season. And then if you need to buy extra, it's always $1 million for each extra part you buy throughout the season. So you always get your money's worth. Did Paris just pit? Leclerc pitted? Verstappen pitted? Am I just not paying well enough attention? I don't think we can catch up to Paris, unfortunately. Don't have enough energy. Are they changing like that? I thought it was 10, 15, 20, 20. If so, they've actually updated it. I think it's kind of struggling. Oh, it's because I forgot to pit him. That makes sense. I really am getting a bit too hungry and losing a bit of concentration. Sorry about that, lads. So I'm gonna go eat after this. I think we can run. Running stuff to the end is probably asking too much. If we do this. Like, this is running aggressive is supposedly just 3 seconds, as you can see. So I don't think the tire wear is necessarily worth it. But let's get Mick into the pits. Sure. Hello, Kieran. I do remember you. I do. It's been a while. Thank you for being here again. Hope you are enjoying streams. Give me a sec, sorry. I have received a message that I just need to respond to. My apologies. Here we are. Yes, you also get some money at the end of the season. You could F1 match with the Christmas sale. I'm glad. It's a good game, I enjoyed. With as much as I complain, I probably don't give that impression, but I do enjoy playing it. The thing is, Alan, at the end of the season 2, you get some extra money from sponsors before the start of your next one. So, don't need to be too worried. We did lose a lot of positions here due to pitting. 35 seconds. That's suffering. What are you studying? What do you have exams in? Just keep around 10, 15 million, Alan. It depends. It's a bit random how much money you get, but generally you want to. Generally, you'll be usually fine. A lot of different ones. Well, I wish you luck, and I hope you do well. Honestly. I hope that you do well. Okay, you're doing a lot of them then. That's quite impressive. Yeah, as long as you have about 10 million, you should be okay. You have 2 tomorrow? And 2 on Tuesdays? Jesus, what are you studying? They're giving you 8 exams. That sounds rough, honestly. I wish you the best of luck. The SCE? Come on, Mick, you can get him. You actually got both of them. Good. Now hunt down Norris, please.
Haas with an overtake there. Let's take a look at the replay. Right, watch this.
You're
There's
Dutch?
Schumacher.
Yeah, that was correct. I remember that. Schumacher just goes down the middle. Beautiful.
Oh, there's a spin.
Signs for the spin? I don't think that matters though. Like the Ferraris are just sailing out front. Magnussen is okay. We just need to try and keep Russell behind us. Who are identical on tires, so I think we'll be fine there. What did I predict before the race? 6th and 8th? I think we can still make it happen, but catching Ocon is going to be rough. That might be a bit too much.
New race position for Haas.
Schumacher overtakes Norris.
Let's take a closer look. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Pretty good. Yeah, I don't think Schumacher's getting Ocon, so I was close though. If Magnussen manages to hold on, because Russell is close again. We do have a little bit of fuel we can push though. 4 exam weeks per year, that sounds rough. How's Magnussen looking compared to Hamilton? About the same lap times, a little bit quicker than Russell. Ocon is actually not really catching up. He has 20 seconds to gain within not as much time. I think Schumacher's going to get 9th there. Not the best race, but it's still not a bad one. You even got an exam for lacing your shoes? This sounds dystopian. You guys okay? I guess this race is acceptable. It kind of proves that our car is probably the 4th fastest in the grid. We'll honestly have a look after this race because I forgot to check after putting on the new pieces.
Oh, did someone run wide there?
Aww. Oopsie. Magnussen runs out of fuel. I'm gonna be embarrassed. Schumacher should be safe. 6 seconds down to Gasly, 11 seconds up to Ocon. I think we're fine now. Yeah, it looks to be good. Can't really make any moves though, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, Kieran, it's a bit too easy to get to that stage, I feel. That's why I'm thinking the game was actually aimed at a casual audience, but I'm hoping the next one is going to be better. It is unfortunately a little bit too easy to get to a very, very dominant position.
That's Leclerc. Charles Leclerc is today's winner.
Unfortunately, no 3 in a row for Magnussen. 6th and 9th, though, I think we'll have to be happy with. It's not exactly what I predicted. I was hoping for an 8th, but I forgot to pit Mick. I was a bit too busy chatting. I've been losing a little bit of concentration there. It's been a long one. Do I have a championship or results here? Ferraris, the Red Bulls. We're splitting the Mercs up. Alpine, Mick, then Gasly. Do I have a championship? No changes so far. Sainz is still holding out strong out front. And Structures too. No real changes. We did get 10 points though. Like, we have to be We don't have to be happy with that, but we should be happy with that, honestly. The Las Vegas Grand Prix. It's not an official exam, but elementary school you had. This is like a, how should I call this? Just an honorary diploma for learning to tie your shoes. 4.9 million. Decent amount of money too. Okay, rowing manufacturing complete. Let's get everything prepped for the next race. I'm gonna call it a night. Let's see what we need in terms of warehouse. Chassis I know we need. Front wings are good. Rear wings are good. We do need more side pods, but they are in development, so we're fine there. Underfloor's looking good. Suspension is not the greatest. We have the Austrian Grand Prix in 4 days though, so I guess we'll start manufacturing a couple of chassis. We'll just have them run rushed. They won't be super quickly done, but that way we'll have some in reserve. Have I been to any F1 races in person? I have not. I live in Norway, and F1 is very, very far away. So unfortunately, I have not done that. I think it would be hard to do a season without research or upgrades. It would probably be a bit challenging. The board would probably not be too happy with you. But with how the AI does things, it wouldn't really be super challenging, honestly. I think the way to challenge yourself other than that would just be to just make one of each part each season, maybe. Don't do any research. And yeah, even if you play as Williams, I'd say still just take a season to catch up. Once you let go of the leash, you're gonna have to do a lot more than just not doing any research or upgrades the first season to make it proper challenging. Unfortunately, it's a bit too easy. I'm from Norway, Alan. It is not a secret. The thing is, I live in northern Norway too, so like if I want to fly anywhere, I first need to fly to the capital, most likely. And inland flights in Norway are generally super expensive. It would cost me probably $300 just to fly to the nearest hub to then fly somewhere else, so it would not be cheap at all. The thing is, Karen, you probably won't get kicked out as long as you do what the board wants you to do. You'll be fine. It's just that if you're unlucky, the board can just hate you because you don't get any opportunities from the AI because you are running a bad car, because you aren't doing any upgrades. But generally, you'll be fine as a player because you just have that huge advantage of being a player. So I wouldn't be too concerned. It's just a general warning I give. Well, no. I'm glad you do, Alan. Unfortunately, right now, we are very, very much snowed in. So, it's just snow everywhere. Okay, what did I want to do? I want to check the car quickly. Yeah, Williams should be okay. Like, you just need to have one good race, and that will usually set you up pretty well. Let's see. Car performance versus, say, Ferrari. How far are we off the best car? We aren't really that far off, as you can see. We're lacking slight amount of top speed, slight amount of acceleration. The thing we're lacking the most of is probably turning, as you can see. Acceleration-wise, we're pretty close. No big issue there. Sorry, not acceleration. Speed-wise. Acceleration, we're lacking a little bit. But generally, we would be fine. I think you'll have no problems with your English exam. I have seen way worse spelling on adult exams, so you have nothing to worry about, Kieran. You should be perfectly fine. As long as you don't incorporate too much slang and ease, you should be okay. You're even adding the you're even adding the, I don't even know what that's called in English, the thing between the N and the T in can't. Well, most people would just skip it, so I think you're perfectly fine. The only thing I can really complain about there is that you didn't capitalize your I's. So don't worry about it, you'll do fine. Cannot. Yeah, you're correct. It is the correct way of writing it, but like, there's so many people who just write can't without the thing. So yeah, car analysis. Our car is already getting pretty good, honestly. Once we get the second set of upgrades, we're probably going to have one of the best cars on the grid, unfortunately. So I might have to restrict ourselves even more. And the way that I'm thinking of restricting ourselves even more is that I need to make sure that my brake cooling and my engine cooling is a higher grade than everything else in terms of car performance. That could be a real challenge. But yeah, again, I'm running this both to get back into the game, but also as a test for a proper challenge game. You can see the current restrictions in the description. There is some of them, like it isn't super constricted. We're only using 2 slots for design. I decided that we're not going to do any research. I have to use presets, and I have to develop things in a balanced manner, meaning that before I make a second iteration of a piece, I have to make all 6 of them first. If I use CFD in wind tunnel on, say, the underfloor, I can't use it on the underfloor again until I've used it on all 5 of the other parts. Max level 2 of all facilities. The exception to this is the weather center, because I can't be bothered to have that unprecise of a weather prediction. Can't change stuff unless they're free agent, things like that. But yeah, if I'm for the challenge game with Stroll and Latifi, I'm thinking that we are gonna add a few more challenges, like say no FCFD or wind tunnel, or that when I have time, it's gonna need to be used equally for every part. Like I can only use 1/6 of it. I'm a bit unsure, honestly. So yeah. Well, that's it. I'm about to end it too, honestly. So I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you for being here. So I have a bunch of restrictions, and even then, we have already won 2 races with Magnussen. So we'll see. Highest level high school. Sounds interesting, but yeah. As I said, I just wanted to have a quick look at the car before we quit today. And as you can see, Ferrari is personally everything but cooling and the top speeds. And we aren't that far off. We're lacking a bit in, as I said, cornering. Lacking a little bit in speed and acceleration. But I think we'll get there before the end of the season, unfortunately. Okay, so it's basically university prep. Well, I wish you luck, and I hope you pass all your exams with good grades, man. Let's see, did I need to do something else before the next race? I honestly don't think so. I think we finished this up pretty nicely for today. English learning. The most important part? Honestly, just familiarize yourself with the language. English can be kind of hard to learn, especially at the beginning. Accents can be a bit confusing at times too, because they vary a lot depending on where you are in the world. But generally, just familiarize yourself with it, and watch American movies, not really American, English. I don't know why I said American. Just watch English streams, play English games. That's basically how I learned English. We had a terrible English teacher when I was younger. So, yeah. honestly just be around English, try and use it in your daily life, and you'll learn it pretty quickly, honestly. Bye, Kieran. Bye, Slav. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm a bit unsure what next stream is. It might be tomorrow, might be Wednesday. I'll see what I have time for. If it is tomorrow, it'll be a bit later in the day. But I'll post a... I'd give a shout out in Discord. And I'll post a... on the page here on YouTube when I'm planning on streaming next. But at the latest, it'll be Wednesday, I think. I want to try and get this... probably a season or two done with Haas before I do a Canada challenge. I hope you've all enjoyed. Thank you very much for showing up. I've appreciated it a lot. And I hope you've had a good weekend. I'm about to eat and then go to bed. Bye bye, lads. And girls, if there are any.